Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Puppy is power napping, so he can join us later. You know how much he likes to interrupt, especially because he knows people are watching and he likes attention. He especially likes making sure that I'm paying attention to him and not whatever is on the screen, because he's more important. And he promises he didn't try to steal the ducks when they escaped today. Yes, Susie and Jeeves made a break for it. Susie didn't make it far, but Jeeves was on the run for about 20 minutes. I could not find it anywhere. The problem is it's a very dark duck, and it rolled under my desk where it's all like shadows, so I have my cell phone out, using it as a flashlight, trying to find this duck while trying to keep an eye on Bo, because he was prepared to go for it the second I took my eyes off him. And I had a pretty good idea he knew where Jeeves was, and he just wasn't telling. But Puppy was denied his duck food. So, as usual, well, not as usual, because this time I actually remember what happened last week, because I remember all the screaming. And I do have something to stuff in my mouth should I need to scream this week. It is the hand, because I remembered for once. But the pages last week that offended the most have been marked for death. I put a red X on all of them. If it is not satisfactorily resolved to my satisfaction by the end of the book, we are going to rip them out and burn them on the last day of reading this book. So, for those that weren't here last week, I envy you. And what we had was the wedding, as predicted. We got the wedding. Not as predicted, they didn't fuck at the wedding. Totally thought that was going to happen. We did get another trope straight out of soap opera. If marrying your kidnapper after he brainwashes and abuses you is one, which I think it is. We got another trope from soap opera land, which is the never before mentioned or heard evil twin. Or in this case, eviler twin. Thank you, Dr. Spencer Reed. Because turns out Massimo has a twin brother that we're calling Adrian. And he is a violent rapist who raped Lara's best friend and beat the shit out of her. But even the victim is defending him because, hey, he only drugged her to make her, quote, more susceptible to his charms. And multiple characters in the book defended him, saying he has anger management problems, but he's the sweetest guy unless he does coke. And guess what? He did all the coke. Because everybody at this wedding was doing coke. There was a room full of mobsters doing coke and fondling strippers / whores. And Massimo summoned his wife, who is wearing the wedding dress all day, which is also really weird, because wedding dresses are notoriously uncomfortable and impractical. So, like, that's why the bride changes for the reception. So the fact that she was wearing her actual wedding dress all day was super weird. And he literally summoned her to the room of mobsters doing blow and whores just to make her sit next to him. She didn't speak. She had no reason to be there. Nobody acknowledged her. It was just Massimo going, look, she obeys me like a dog. Because apparently she's just, like, she has a line in the first movie that says, I think it's in the book too, that says, when he's, like, ordering her to get on the plane and she doesn't want to, she's like, I'm not a sack of potatoes you can just cart around. And I'm like, yeah, you pretty much are. I mean, you're putting up with this. Now, granted, he didn't tell her the whole, you have to faultlessly obey my every command when other mobsters are around thing till after they were married. But she's an idiot for not asking. But they're both idiots because they shouldn't be getting married. Like, the whole relationship is he kidnapped her. So, there's that. But yeah, it was awful. Then they left for the honeymoon. That's when the friend got attacked, but nobody told Laura that. They stayed away for 2 whole weeks on honeymoon. We didn't see any of it. This would have been a great way to, like, if possible, soften or humanize Massimo, see him away from mobster world when he's just a guy on his honeymoon with his new wife and in love, we could have had some actual nice moments of them walking on a beach, having, an actual romantic dinner where eye contact happens. But no, we skipped right over it. There's literally just a line saying they've been gone for 2 weeks. And it comes back to that revelation of what happened to the friend, and his brother did it, and his brother's still around for some reason. Don't ask me why, but he's still around. Here's some predictions that I've come up with. So far, I predict there will be a threesome involving Olga or a foursome involving Olga and Dominic. I predict it might come out that Dominic had a hand in Adrian attacking Olga so that he could play the White Knight and make her fall for him, which has happened. Olga and Dominic are officially a thing. He totally pulled the White Knight, and she is Nightingale syndrome to the extreme. I also predict that at some point Adrian will either successfully or try to sleep with Laura pretending to be Massimo because she can't tell them apart yet. Even when they're dressed differently. Even when she knows what they're both wearing, she can walk into a room and not tell them apart because she's really dumb. But I predict he tries to sleep with her at some point, possibly successfully. I also predict he may try to kill Massimo and take over as head of the family, either just by succeeding him or by impersonating him. I don't know. But those are definitely some soap opera-y things, which seems to be where all the ideas for this are coming from. So, with that said, all rise for our national anthem, please.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not. But be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
And there we go. All right. Hello, everyone. Oh my God. I didn't think the camera would pick up the burns on my chest so much. I got to figure out why my camera, whenever it finds red, it makes it more red because this is not that bad. Like, this is looking worse than it is. Yes, this is what I did to my chest when the embers fell on me last week. It's really fine. It's healing perfectly fine. It doesn't hurt. It does occasionally itch like mad, which has been driving me a little crazy because it's really itchy. But I cut my nails so I couldn't scratch because if you scratch it scars and it's a bad place to have scars because it's kind of very visible. That said, we will be more careful when playing with fire, or at least attempt to, though this book burns weird and it doesn't burn the same every time. I don't know why, but it doesn't. We have the cover covered because it disturbs some people, including me. I'm also trying to work out, I was thinking about this today. Why is this one, because this one, as you can see, is called This Day. That's what it's called. Why is it called that? Because all I could come up with was that it would like take place on one day. That hasn't happened because there's already been multiple days. There's been weeks. So is it talking about one specific day, in which case the wedding, but that's right at the beginning. We got a lot of book left. You know, we still got a lot of book left, so don't think that's it. Sarah Bellum, I love that you wore your wedding dress as long as you could. I do love that. I think I might be like that myself, but that would also factor into me choosing a wedding dress that I knew I could tolerate for a longer time. Because I've seen some wedding dresses that they're gorgeous, don't get me wrong, but they are so elaborate and some of them are just so goddamn heavy. Like genuinely just heavy that it's like I don't think I can dance in this, you know. But everybody should do whatever they want and be very comfy or, you know, just look really good. If we had any scenes from the honeymoon, you knew it would have been all sex all the time. You are right about that, sadly. You know, maybe they didn't make it out of the hotel. That's possible. Sort of already did, yeah, because she didn't know that he did not introduce himself as not Massimo. That's true. And obviously they have beef because we now know that, you know, they were both contenders to be head of La Familia, and eviler twin got passed over, and that's why he fucked off to England for the last 5 years, apparently. It has nothing, it's not at all because the author didn't know this character existed when she wrote the first one, and that's why there's no mention of him. No. My clothes are reflecting red. They might be. Why is this so far? Ugh. Laura was taking it one day at a time. I think you would have to. Being held captive by a psychotic murderer, rapist, yeah. You pretty much would have to. Second winter's coming. All right, I've seen the alerts, yeah. And I don't know, it's very warm today. It's almost plus 10 today, which is unseasonably warm. It's kind of disturbing. Because even though, I mean, we are only a few days from March. That's true. But that's still pretty warm. I wouldn't expect plus 10 until like usually the end of March. You know, end of March, first week of April. That's when we start getting that kind of temperature usually. So it's a little early to be so warm. So it wouldn't surprise me if we get, and this is kind of a Canadian tradition, it starts to warm up a little bit and then we get slammed with like one last kick your ass winter storm that drops a metric ton of snow, and that snow stays around for like the next 6 weeks. That is an old Canadian tradition for sure. So that could happen. But that said, let's introduce our pantheon of ducks, including our escapees. I'm looking at you two. But they were recovered. So, as always, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sasu, Bob with 2Bs, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Lofi, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, and Akasha. Those are all of our current ducks. If you would like to add to our pantheon of ducks, which we're always looking for, and yes, I really will build a new stage very soon. I didn't have time this week. A couple things blew up in my face, and I had to try and recover. I almost had a doctor's office, kinda. I had an appointment for a meet and greet, and dumbass me forgot to ask something important, though I did remember before actually going there, which is good. And I called them and asked, "Are you latex free?" As all medical offices and certainly the hospitals have been for 15 to 20 years. This is absolutely the industry norm and standard. I call them, took 4 people to answer this question. That's already a little disturbing. First person, who I assume is just the receptionist and sounded about 12 years old, when I said, "Is your office latex free?" This is how I phrased the question. She thought I was asking something about tax forms. I asked her if there was someone else I could speak to. She sounded very grateful to say yes and hand the phone to somebody else who didn't know. She didn't understand the question at all. So she passed the phone to a third person who, thank God, did understand the question but didn't know the answer and said, "I have to go ask the doctor. I'll call you back." To her credit, she did call me back in under 5 minutes. Unfortunately, what she said is, no, our office is not latex free at all. We still use latex gloves. A lot of the reason the hospitals here got rid of latex gloves is because healthcare workers were developing latex allergies. And Canada does, and we think this goes along with, because we have really high allergies to tree nuts because we have so many different kinds of trees. So we think that's why. That goes with the latex thing too. And so, yeah, it's been hospitals have been latex free for at least 15 to 20 years. Most private medical offices are, but that is why I always ask, because it doesn't necessarily mean that they are. There's no law that says they have to be, which I kind of get why, but it's a pain in the ass. So I had to cancel because I can't even go there. So I'm back to cold calling, and I've called every office within 30 to 40 minutes of me, which means no matter where I end up going, it's going to be a long ride. Which also means it's going to be more expensive, which is not great, but right now it's just trying to find somewhere that I haven't already called and rejected for whatever reason, or that rejected me, because that goes both ways. I'm also wishing I had written down the names of the ones I already called so I don't wind up calling places twice, because a lot of them, so many of them are so similarly named. There's Dundas Medical Clinic, then there's Dundas Health Center, and Dundas Women's Clinic, and Dundas, whatever. They're this close to all being the same thing, and they are all on the same street, bang, bang, bang. It's, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think she'd never heard the word latex, and she just reached for, closest word, and yeah, she thought it was, she's like, "Are you talking about tax forms?" And I was like, that's when I was like, "Is there somebody else I could talk to?" She was like, "Yes." But hey, points for knowing when you're in over your head and being willing to pass the phone to somebody else. Because too many people won't do that. They won't know the answer, but they won't admit that. What is wrong with just saying, "I don't know"? I don't know is an answer. And I would much rather somebody say, "I don't know" to me than not know the answer and either lie or make something up, and then they turn out to be wrong. And in this case, I could have been seriously hurt by them being wrong. I could have wound up in the hospital from that. Just say you don't know. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, it's from the prolonged exposure. Yeah, that's what does it. Or if you're like me, you're born with it, but it depends on how nature of exposure and stuff. Yes. Balloons too. Yeah, I always feel bad when people are blowing up balloons for a party and I can't help. I bet it is. Yeah, because again, it's prolonged exposure. And it explains, that's why I'm allergic to half the foods I'm allergic to. Yeah, minus 30 it's pretty down there. Yeah, you don't even have to say, "I don't know." You can say, "Give me a minute, I will go find out." That's what the last person did. She went and she said, "Give me a minute, I'll go ask the doctor." And she did, and she called me back. Points to her for being "I don't know, but I know who I can ask about this." There we go. So yeah, that was a bust. But on with our internet promotions, as I'll call them. If you wish to sponsor a duck to add to our pantheon, we have this whole bag of rando duck that I've only drawn a couple out. We've still got some really good ones in here. We got some interesting ducks. There's a few that I would very much like to see drawn. Also, I totally forget what is in here now because they've been in here for a couple weeks and I don't look through it ever. So I forget what's in here now, but there are some good random ducks in here for $10 if you would like to help a girl pay the bills. That is where the money from the ducks goes. It always goes to bills or groceries. So that is option number one. Option number two, if you'd like something a little more personal or customized, you can sponsor one of our painted ducks. We have Rooster Duck, Yachty, Raphael, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, Turducken Duck, Evil Knievel Duck, Christmas Story Duck, and Cleopatra Duck. If you do sponsor a painted duck, please specify which painted duck you are sponsoring. That would greatly help. My personal fave for $25, I will put on these very real police issue handcuffs that are real. There is a key in here. There is also a key on a string that I can easily keep in reach should I drop the first key because we practice safety here and these are real. But these are my favorites. So for $25, you can put me in these for half of the night or for $50 for the entire night if you're extra kinky, in which case I love you long time. We have that. I really got to decorate this sometime. And to replace the wine that I am no longer drinking, we have my first attempt at making very sour pink lemonade. I've never made anything from concentrate before, so this is my first attempt. This is what it looks like. There's plenty of it, so we can chug till our heart's content. It's sticky. It's sticky and I don't like it. That's probably from me spilling it on the outside of the bottle because I maybe forgot to thaw it out. Or I kind of didn't realize that you had to thaw it out, but you did. So I did that very quickly. So we have super sour pink lemonade, which I will fill our brand new shiny glass with and chug, probably making a very, very, very pucker face. So that is our $50 option, sour pink lemonade. I haven't had that since I was a little girl. All right, we have our tallies over there. And yes, I really did mark these pages for death. They will burn if I do not get satisfied with the outcome. If it is not addressed, though in this book it probably never comes up again, if I'm being honest. Does concentrate come in little cardboard tubes? Yes. Yep, it is Minute Maid pink lemonade. That's what it is. Yep, it comes in cardboard tubes and it says add the stuff in this tube and then add 4 of these cans. I fit about 3.5 in there, so it's maybe a little stronger than it's supposed to be. I don't think it'll make a big amount of difference. Okay, no, I have not tried dragon fruit. Dude, you do not want to hear the list of like foods, even normal foods that I have never tried. Okay, I grew up very weird and very food insecure, so yeah, variety was not on the list. Also, I grew up as a kid with food allergies, so I think my mom was she might have been a little wary of letting me try new things. Like in hindsight, I can kind of see that being possible. Okay, so after making every excuse possible for the violent rapist who Massimo promises will not be around anymore, He's going to leave so we forget about him, and then when he comes back imitating Massimo, we're supposed to forget that he has a twin and go along with it. I'm putting that out there. He's going to disappear for a while, but not forever. Normal lemonade with dragon fruit syrup. I can't even believe dragon fruit syrup is an actual thing. Like, it does sound good. I assume dragon fruit is kind of sweet. Sonic has it, and they love it. Oh, wait, in America, Sonic's a burger place, isn't it? Yeah, we don't have them here. But I've seen it on TV. Not gonna lie, I know that from watching The Simple Life. And yes, I watched that show back in the day. So Olga has just declared that Dominic is her Prince Charming and White Stallion, and he's really good in bed. You have Sonic out there? Really? Why does it not surprise me that Alberta has American things? She shrugged. I didn't think I'd say that about anyone, but the way he cared about me, and how gallant he was. And he knows so much. Did you know he studied art history? Did you see his paintings? He can paint so well. I couldn't believe he hadn't just printed those things out. Okay, so apparently Dominic is secretly artistic. And he knows history and stuff, and Olga's very easily impressed. How did she go from being like my favorite character in the first book to being insufferable in this one? They're beautiful. So imagine this. For the last 2 weeks, I've been going to sleep and waking up next to this man. In the evenings, we took the boat, walked along the beach, and then we went back and I watched him paint Laura. She knelt she knelt before me and put her head on my knees. Why would you do this as grown women? You got the adventure of your lifetime, and I accidentally got mine too. They're both going she's gonna wind up marrying him, of course. I know what I'm saying may sound irrational and chaotic, but I think I really do love him. Says the person who in the first book was telling Laura, even after finding out that she's pregnant, to leave Massimo and that the two of them would raise the child together. Because it was insane to marry somebody she had only known for like 8 weeks and had kidnapped her. I stared at her, mouth agape, unable to wrap my head around the words Olga and I the words. Olga and I have known each other for years. She had a propensity for the irrational, but her words sounded so unlike her, I had difficulty believing her. Probably because she's on drugs. She has been doing all the drugs since getting here, so. And now she's hooking up with a guy who can definitely keep her supplied. I'm happy for you, darling, I said hesitantly. Wait, is darling on our list? No, it's darling girl. It has to be Massimo saying it. But please, please don't get so excited about all this. You've never loved anyone, and trust me, there's nothing worse than disappointment. Better to keep a healthy perspective and be positively surprised in the end than to get your heart broken. She pulled away with a grimace. Okay, fuck it. I give up. Let's just go with the flow. Now, come on, it's getting cold. That is a very weird response. Retreating into the house, I noticed Dominic passing through a door. He stopped seeing me and took a step back into the corridor. Olga kissed him on the cheek and continued walking, but I took a while. Uh, but I took a while to look him straight in his chestnut eyes. Thank you, Dominic, I whispered, pressing myself against his chest. He hugged me and patted my back. It was nothing, Laura, he said. Now Massimo wants to see you. Come with me. Okay, stop with the summoning. I was wondering about that. Yeah, I thought dragon fruit was on the list. The list is like 25 foods long, so I don't have it completely memorized. I really should. Or should write it down and keep it in my wallet. I thought dragon fruit was on the list. I just didn't want to say. Yeah, I know kiwi is because I know I react to that, and bell peppers for sure, and raw tomato. Cooked tomato's okay. Raw tomato, no. I also know I react to raw tomato. I know that. There's like some weird things on there too. I think kale might be on that list. Kale or something like kale. Before Dominic pulled me inside, I called out to Olga, assuring her I'd join her shortly. The man in black, why are we still doing this? Why are we still doing this? You know his name. What is with this man in black crap? I don't get it. I've never gotten it. It's so dumb. Like, stop it. Was sitting behind the massive wooden desk working on his laptop. He's going to bang her on the desk at some point. When the door closed behind me, he raised his cold eyes and leaned back in his chair. We got a problem, babe, he said coolly. We've been away for too long and things have gotten a bit out of hand. I was wondering, like, who's in charge while he's gone? There's going to be a meeting. It's going to be difficult, and I don't want you to be there. You had to summon her to your office to tell her this? This guy's such a jackass. It's going to be difficult, and I don't want you to be there. I know you missed Olga, so I thought the two of you should get away for a day or two. So I don't just not want you in the meeting. I want you off this island for the meeting. There's a hotel a couple dozen miles from here. I'm the owner of it. I booked you an apartment there. They have a spa, a beauty salon, great cuisine, and most important, peace and quiet. You'll be going today. I'll join you as soon as possible. Then we're going to Paris. See you in 3 days. Okay, ladies in the chat, you just got back from presumably a wonderful honeymoon. You've been home. If this place is even like their permanent home, he seems to move every 2-3 days, kind of like Raymond Reddington, but not nearly so cool. And you've been home for like an hour, and he summons you to his office and just declares that you and your friend are going like an hour away to a hotel that they own. They have great facilities and everything's paid for, so that's nice. And you got your best friend to hang out with. You're leaving right now, and you're going there with a friend. And I'll join you in 3 days, and then we're going to Paris. By the way, how are we feeling about this? Because well, as much as I am for being pampered in a hotel, that would be very lovely. You just got back from your honeymoon. I don't know if I'd be wanting it right now. And well, also, yay Paris. Planning, packing, making arrangements, scheduling like touristy crap, shopping. Just the constant there is no stability here, and that would drive me crazy. As well as the constantly being uprooted and just told you're going here, go pack, you're leaving right now. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, even with all the money and all the luxury and the being pampered and the shopping and I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I need structure. I need warning. I need planning. I need to know where I'm going before I go there. Like, I don't spontaneously do anything. In some ways, I'm way too much like Paris Geller from Gilmore Girls. And how did it take me like so many years to realize she also did a guest spot at the same time in the West Wing, pretty much playing Paris Geller. Like, it definitely, I think, was intended to be a crossover that either didn't happen, but she still did the part. True, she wouldn't need to pack. She can just buy all new stuff every time they travel. Absolutely, she can. But wouldn't that drive you crazy though? Never having like your own clothes or your own shoes or like and what do you do when you constantly travel and you're constantly buying new stuff? Do you get rid of stuff? Do you just have a ton of stuff? Do you just have 5 of everything? Like I'm not saying it wouldn't be fun for a while. It'd be a great deal of fun for a while, but not as an actual like ongoing lifestyle. That would not be good. I stood still, stupefied. Where was my loving husband? Where was the man I had been with for the last 2 weeks? Oh, she's having a Sandy on the first day of school when she runs into Danny and he's acting like a jackass because his buddies are watching now. And she's like, "Where's the Danny Zuko I met at the beach?" Yeah, that's what that is what Laura just said. Do I have anything to say about it? I asked, propping my hands on the desktop. Massimo has observed me impassively playing with a pen. They're gonna fuck, aren't they? They're gonna fuck before she leaves. Of course, you can choose your security detail. I'm like smacking him in the face with the laptop, you jackass. That's no choice at all, I grumbled, turning and heading back to the door. Okay, I can't. She is right, and this is awful. But she was told this is how it's going to be. Like, I can say she did know what she was getting into. Maybe she didn't believe it, but she was told. The mobster's wife that she met told her. That's how it is. That's how it needs to be. I mean, it doesn't need to be this way, but that's how it is. Like, you are property. You are there to make your man look good when he summons you. You sit there silently so he can show other mob bosses that he has his woman under control because that nets him respect. Like, before I reached it, I felt hot breath on the back of my neck and strong hands on my hips. Oh, she was walking back to the door, so he got up and grabbed her. Of course he did. The man in black spun me around and pushed me against the wooden door, slamming my back into the handle painfully. I've been home for an hour. Like, what happened to the whole teach me to be gentle thing? Because he's forgotten it and she never tried. I'm just saying there's that scene in season 1 of Game of Thrones that would be very instructional. I mean, if Dany can tame Khal Drogo, she can do better with Massimo. His palm hovered inches above my skin. For an instant it touched my most sensitive spot. His lips closed with mine. Before you go, Lara, he breathed, pulling away for a second. I'll take you right there on that desk. Quick and hard, just as you like. I told you they were gonna fuck on the desk. He took me in his arms and carried me back to the desk. You know, I've been strangely attracted to wood since our wedding night. I don't know who said that. He did as he said. It was hard and violent, but wasn't quick and didn't end with the first orgasm. Massimo adored sex. In other words, he's male? His body was made for it. He was he was unsatiable. Isn't it insatiable? Is unsatiable even a word? I'm not kidding. It says unsatiable. The perfect lover. If you're a masochist. So I guess we're saying she's a masochist. But what I loved most about him was that he didn't only take, he gave back just as much. With every iota of his being, he gave me the confidence that I was the best in bed. Are you kidding me? Thank you! Thank you, Cerebellum! That is what I thought. It is insatiable, not unsatiable. Like, seriously. And that's like not I don't think that even can be a translation error, because can it translate into a word that doesn't exist? That I made him lose his mind with lust, that each of my movements was perfect, that I was perfect. I couldn't be sure if that was entirely true, of course, but with him that was what I felt. So he can fuck so well he makes the women think they are better at sex than they are. And that makes her feel confident somehow. I'm not sure how. But that is what I felt. With Massimo, I was a porn superstar. Okay, I am not knocking the porn industry because I fully support women who do sex work, and not in the good kind of porn. Most porn productions are sleazy and they treat their stars terribly. I know that. I'm not talking about that kind. I'm talking about the good kind, where there's contracts and women get respected, and there's something resembling a storyline, and it's not violent or degrading. Yes, that's rare, I know. And if you want to set that to be your thing and your like highest goal, I am good at sex when somebody thinks I'm a porn star, not how I would phrase it. Oh, I lost all my inhibitions, allowing him to do whatever he pleased. What do you mean allowing? What the fuck do you mean allowing? You haven't allowed a damn thing since you've been here. He's always done whatever the fuck he wants. You've literally said, no, I don't want it. And he does it anyway. So, sorry, no. You are not. No, he always does whatever he pleases. You don't allow shit, lady. And I only wanted more. It's strange how different men can. It's strange how different men can be and how differently they affect women. I had never been especially easy to get. My mom had raised me to make sure I didn't always fit in with the current trends and customs. I might have done a lot with my men, but I'd never been as open with anyone before. What the fuck was all that? This author didn't write that. I'm sorry, but the ghostwriter is showing through here. There's no way this author wrote that. It's a different tone. It's a different voice. It's completely out of place. Wait, there was another paragraph that I pointed to and said the author didn't write this, that somebody made her put this in. It was one of the justifying rape things. But yeah, no, somebody made her put that in. Or somebody put it in for her, because no, this author didn't write that. No way in hell. Massimo's nonchalance, as well as the fact he was always able to keep me at a distance, made me feel crazy about him. His constantly leaving me and rejecting me makes me feel closer to. Yes, no, I know, right? No, Cerebellum's right. I didn't even see that, but you're so right. Because she is a total fashionista and a clothes whore. But, not always being with the current trends, no, you would be. That is what you do. Like, and that imperious tone he adopted at times made me do his bidding without question. Just admitting to being chattel. Even when his bidding was weirder than I could have anticipated. I loved him, but I also adored the kind of man he was. Okay, she is full on brainwashed. We're talking like lobotomy style. Oh, our first highlight of the evening. Pack up, Olga, I called, entering my friend's room. I didn't knock first. My bad. Oh, God, she's catching the friend in the middle of. Yep. What I saw made me stop in my tracks. It wasn't anything I hadn't seen before, though. Olga was naked, leaning against a wall, while Dominic, with his pants down, was fucking her from behind. As soon as he noticed I'd opened the door, he hid his face in Olga's hair and waited for me to leave. My friend slowly turned her head to me and laughed. I'll do that as soon as Dominic is finished here, she said. Now stop gaping and fuck off. I waved at her awkwardly and turned around to leave. Okay, I'm sorry. You stood there and waited for acknowledgement? If I open a door and two people are fucking against a wall, even if they're people I don't know, and especially if they are, I'm just very quietly and quickly turning around, leaving the room, and shutting the door. I might laugh my ass off in the hallway, depending on who it was, but I'm leaving. I'm not standing there and waiting for somebody to talk to me. Oh, I smell chocolate chip cookies and now I want some. Oh, why does it smell like cookies? Oh my God, this is the best smell in the world. Oh, Christy chocolate chip cookies. That's what I'm smelling. No, not Christy. Oh, Christy rainbow chips. That's what I'm smelling. The rainbow chip ones. Oh, I haven't had those in forever. I waved at her awkwardly and turned around to leave, calling out to the young Italian before I left. Nice ass, Dominic. Are you kidding me? Never in a million years. I sat in the armchair back in my dressing room and shot a glance at the still packed suitcases that had flown in from the Caribbean with us. I sighed. We hadn't even managed to settle in yet, and Massimo was already making me leave again. Yeah, see? And is this even like his actual? I would literally ask him. I'd be like, okay, is this our actual house? Is this where we are going to live and raise this child? Because certainly once I'm very pregnant and definitely once the baby comes, I'm not moving all over the place every 2-3 fucking days. No way in hell. So if this is going to be home, we need to spend some time here making it an actual home. Ugh. I am not actually sleepy. This is just making me want to. I went to my bedroom and sprawled across the fluffy white carpet, crossing my arms behind my head. I realized how much I missed all the little things I had lost. Staying in bed late on the weekends, watching the morning shows on TV, lazing around in my sweatpants covered in blankets with a book to read and some music on. I remembered I used to keep my hair unbrushed for days at a time, living like a troll under a bridge, not caring about a thing. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. This woman, as presented, never did any of those things. This wouldn't stand with Massimo. For starters, I couldn't allow him to see me in such a state. An unwashed ogre with a bird's nest mess on my head. Oh, yes, God forbid he see you when you're less than perfectly coiffed and styled and painted. Yeah, God forbid. Like, these people are never going to survive living together. That's what it is. That's why he goes away so much, because if they lived together, they would hate each other. Besides, he always kept me on the move. Yeah, there's a reason for this. I was never sure where I'd wake up the next day or who I'd meet. Being with a man like that was a full-time job. Of doing what? Spending his money? Like, she is one of the evil wives from Devil's Advocate. I had to do my best to look my best. There's a line. I sighed again and reluctantly plodded back to the suitcases. An hour later, my things were repacked. I took a shower and put on some sexy brown leggings. I'm sorry, brown is not a sexy color. My pregnancy still wasn't showing. Its only visible sign was my rapidly growing breasts. I had to say, larger tits nicely complemented my body. It was still slim and toned. I simply adored this new look. There's nothing she can't make superficial or shallow. And grabbed a pair of my beloved Givenchy boots, snatched a Prada handbag, and threw on a thick sweater that left one of my shoulders bare. As I went down the corridor, pulling the heavy suitcase behind me, Olga joined me. She looked exhausted. You just came back, for fuck's sakes. Where are you going now? She asked, plopping down on the stairs. My ass hurts and I'm all sweaty. Why would you randomly announce why? Charming as always. Did you pack your things? I was a bit too occupied for that. Where are we going, if I may ask? I don't know what to take. A hotel on the other side of Etna. Just you and me. We're, go- we're going to go to the spa, overeat, and do yoga. You can pop out to a gallery or two if you want. If Dominic's paintings brought out a passion for the spiritual in you, let's see how you like a volcanic explosion. Anything else you'd need on a trip? Olga sat still, frowning. The fuck are you looking at? I barked angrily. Massimo told me to get lost. What? Was I supposed to tell him no? Yes! Dominic is a bit off too lately. You know what? Fuck them. Give me 10 minutes. Okay, this this is like the most contrived, crazy ass fucking. Like, there's no point to any of this. Sometime later, we left the house. The Bentley was still parked on the driveway, ready to go. A large black SUV was waiting right behind it. Paolo and two more security guards stepped out, noticing us. Waved at them and we got in the car. I liked Paolo. He must have been the smartest and most discreet security guy there ever was. Do you think she stole that name from Friends? Because I think so. I really felt safe with him around. Is he going to be a secret traitor? I gunned the engine and programmed the Navi, setting the address. 15 minutes later, we were speeding down the highway. Massimo had been right, saying the hotel wasn't far away. We reached it within the hour, having unpacked our things, and we went to dinner. Then Olga downed a bottle of champagne, while I had alcohol-free bubbly juice. 3 hours of chatting later, we went to sleep. The next day, we started with a trip to Etna. The mountain was breathtaking, reminding me of the childhood stories that Massimo used to tell me. It was a pity he wasn't there with us, but at least I had Olga. We returned to the hotel in the afternoon, tired and hungry, and ordered lunch. I'd love a massage now, Olga said dreamingly, stretching out in her chair. A long, hard massage by a naked, muscular stud. I'm sure that can be arranged, especially in Italy. I chewed on a breadstick, looking at Olga with interest. I think that can be arranged, I replied, swallowing. I just don't know if the stud would agree to strip for you. Wouldn't be that hard, I can assure you. My cell vibrated. I immediately snatched it from the table and read the text. It made shivers of excitement run down my spine, and I grinned. Let me guess, Olga said. Massimo wrote that he loves you and the kid and is generally barfing rainbows with glee right now. Something like that. He texted me that he missed me. To be precise, I miss you, baby girl. There we go. There's the first one in the evening. And I can burn it right away because it's on the back of a page. Oh, wait. Can't hold it from the bottom or I'll set my hand on fire. I've burned enough of me doing this. So, there we are. First one of the evening. I will try not to set the whole page on fire. I really will. 3, 2, 1. See, sometimes it goes up like a Roman candle. Sometimes not. A real poet, she snorted. He did text me, though. Maybe the third time since I've known him. So you know. So he doesn't even, like, keep in touch when they're apart. He doesn't even do, like, he is the worst. He is literally just the worst. Like, why? Again, is the money and the power really so much? And also, she doesn't benefit from the power, just the money, yeah, but I stared into my phone, rereading the short text, and felt my head starting to race. If another guy expressed his love to a normal woman by hanging out an enormous banner on the highest skyscraper in town, she'd feel the way I felt right now. Oh my god, my husband, who sent me away the second we got back from our honeymoon, acknowledged my existence! This is what she's thrilled over right now. Fucking A. You know what? I have an idea. I put down my phone. I'm going to surprise him. This is not a good idea. I'll go back home this evening. I'll sneak him away from the meeting of his, blow him quickly, and come back to the hotel. This is going to be a disaster. The security guys will follow you, and your surprise will be ruined, genius. Olga is right about this. That's where you come in. You'll distract Paolo, and I'll sneak out. The car is in the garage, and the security stays outside. Okay, this is not only stupid for a number of reasons. Like, this is dangerous because she was told by, again, other mobster's wife, whose name I'll never remember, that you should never ditch your security because there will be people trying to take you and hurt you and use you against Massimo. She knows this. And it is true. It's already happened more than once. And yet she's about to do something really stupid where, again, even if she manages to actually sneak her way over to him, I have no doubt he will give her, there will be a violent blowjob scene. God, that's coming. It's definitely going to happen. He's going to be furious at her. And then God knows what he does. The car's in the garage and the security stays outside. Besides, when we go to sleep, so do they. It's not a prison. Yes, it is. Their room is next to ours, so I'll pretend to go to sleep. I'll say I'm not feeling too well. Meanwhile, you'll stay out and cover me. Olga grimaced, watching me with incredulity. To sum it up, I'm going to go to Paolo and tell him you went to sleep because you were feeling under the weather and that I'm going to sleep too, and that we want to go shopping in the morning, so I'd like them to go to sleep too. Uh, this is already a really bad plan. Yeah, something like that. I clapped my hands. My secret plan got me all excited, and not even a relaxing trip to the spa could change that. I picked the most fragrant stuff from the spa menu, happily imagining how surprised and horny my husband would be when he saw me and smelled me. Okay. We finished with the massages late in the evening. It was showtime. I put on my red lace underwear, covering it only with a loose, long sweater which I tied with a sash. The look was inconspicuous. No. But it all it took was to loosen the belt a little and it became intriguing. Okay, no. Again, why is all the fashion of this from the late 90s, early 2000s? Like, because it all is. Do I look okay? I asked Olga as the expert. Pull apart the sweater like an exhibitionist at a girls' school. If you ask me, it's one hell of a shitty idea, but you look like a hooker, so I guess you got what you wanted. Yeah, you look like a hooker. She replied, lying on the couch, skipping channels on the TV. Call me as soon as you're done. I won't be able to sleep until you come back. Our plan worked pretty well. 20 minutes later, I was driving back home. Wow, we are just skipping. There's so much tell don't show going on. Like all of the tell don't show. Oh, Reader's choice. Oh my god, Sethil. Like, dude, you are absolutely crazy generous. As well as possibly just crazy, but I love you so much and all of your dragons. Like, oh, you got me all teary. But reader's choice. I get to decide what to do. Oh, what to do. Okay. We're gonna space this. So what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? All right, it's early enough. I'm gonna go with the. I'm gonna chug a glass of that. We get to try the pink lemonade. Then when we get to the halfway point, I'm gonna put the cuffs on for the second half, and I'm gonna do 2 random ducks. Because then I really have to build the stage because I have nowhere to put them. We'll find somewhere to put them for tonight. They will get pride of place tonight. We'll make it happen. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna space it out. Sorry. Yeah. I'm aware that it's 9. Halfway point is 10. So we'll put the cups on at 10 in an hour. And we will do 2 ducks, but first. Okay, did I clean? No, there's water in here. Okay, now it's in. Okay, let's see if I made this anywhere close to correct. Okay, it smells good. It smells really sour. Yeah, it really just smells like lemonade. Really, really strong, like sour lemonade. Again, there's no sugar in this. I really thought for some reason that there would be like an add sugar, but there isn't. It's just water and whatever was in the can. I'm sure there's sugar in the concentrate because there would have to be. But it smells very lemony. Why are a lot of the dudes in these type of books written like they're part dog? Yes! Like, are these authors wanting their own Jacob or something? I swear to God, yeah. Like, these books, as much as they are insulting as hell and very dangerous to women, the men in them are not treated terribly well either. Like, really, they do all pretend that men are just dogs that can't control themselves and will hump anything with a vagina. And, you know, the whole, like, they just couldn't help themselves is the excuse of the rapist. Because, oh, he was on coke. He didn't know what he was doing. Oh, he has anger management problem. He didn't know what he was doing. Like, it's not the 50s. Not that doesn't still work today. It does. It still works. But just, ugh. All of the, ugh. But yeah, it does treat men like they are just animals. Just savage, vicious, can't help themselves, can't control themselves, no emotional maturity. Like, have we seen Massimo show any emotion other than angry and horny? Wait, isn't that what I said about Christian Grey too? I think I said the exact same thing about him. He's just angry and horny. Those are the only options. Like, that's why skipping the honeymoon is such a, like, narratively bad thing. It was the perfect opportunity to show him as more than just this animal that likes to fuck all the time and it is only ever violent. We could have seen him being nice or being sweet for a moment to show that he, has some actual dimension. He has some range as a human being. But no, he's just a violent, horny animal all the time. All right. Our inaugural drink of pink lemonade. Possibly it will become a thing. So, here's to us, here's to love, here's to all the times that we fucked up. Ugh. 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 Okay, 1, there's pulp in this. 2, very sour. Okay, both bad. Ugh. Ugh. I think I need to clean this cup. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to rinse this after. Ugh. That really made my eyes water. Oh my god. Ugh. Yeah, that is some sour. I spilled it on my chest and now I can feel it getting sticky. And I realized what I just said. Don't clip that. Ugh. Okay, do you not want sticky on my skin? Ugh. Okay. That is very sour and also very sweet. Sugar is, I'm thinking, quite a significant ingredient in the concentrate part. You never have to be nice. As much as, yeah, that was sour, that was actually really good. I've missed the flavor. Yeah, if it ever happens that I do that more than once in a night, yeah, I can handle that. Just need to chug a little bit slower. But it actually does taste pretty good. I'm also going to guess they haven't changed the recipe to that since I was a kid, so it probably tastes exactly the same. I think companies generally learned from the new Coke fiasco. And that was before people knew Bill Cosby was a sick motherfucker. You can't even blame the new Coke failure on the fact that he was the spokesperson. Before I went inside, I checked my location app, tracking where Massimo was, which also means he might know that she's coming because she has a tracker too. I could be sure he was home now. It wasn't a Batman gadget. Okay, I've been resisting the urge to call him Baghdad Batman because in the review that I laugh the most at and that I watch as a palate cleanser sometimes, they call him Baghdad Batman because in the movie he just appears and disappears the way Batman does in the Christopher Nolan trilogy. And I made the joke even when we were watching the movie that he's like Batman with that shit. So they named him Baghdad Batman and they dubbed her potatoes. I may start calling him Baghdad Batman and her potatoes. It wasn't a Batman gadget, but I had an idea where I might find him. Each time he had an official meeting, he hosted his guests in the library, the same room where I saw him the night after he'd abducted me. I love that room. It was a symbol of the new, the unknown, and the titillating. Okay, he spent the honeymoon having her like professionally brainwashed and reprogrammed. Or who's seen Agents of Shield? Agents of Shield season 1, Tahiti is a magical place. If you know, you know. I pressed the button on the gate remote. The driveway was clear. Another car parked by the house wasn't suspicious. Not everyone had been informed I'd gone away, so the coast was clear. I snuck into the mansion that I'm sure has a billion cameras, all of which are watching her right now. It was covered in darkness. I could hear someone talking in the garden. Is she gonna walk in on him getting a blowjob from a whore? Because I have no, like, they haven't even talked about fidelity, but I'm willing to bet he's not going to be faithful to her. Like, I bet you if it ever comes up, he will laugh at the notion and it will be clear that he never had any intention of that and she's ridiculous for ever thinking it. Not that she's allowed to screw around, because no, that's the man's privilege. I promise you that. I crept down the hallway, feeling my heart racing, and planned ahead. I knew Massimo wouldn't be alone in there, so I couldn't just barge in, pull apart the sweater, and let him fuck me on the desk or the sofa. That might have disoriented his guests. First, I needed to peek inside and make sure he was really there. Then I would send him. Oh, by the way, it says, then I would send T instead of D, him a text or call him, which I wasn't sure which one yet. But yeah, it says sent instead of send. Then I would send him a text. Was this translated by somebody who didn't speak English either? Because first we have unsatiable, and now we have sent instead of send. Like was Google really tired that day? That would get him out of the library, and I'd wait for him outside. Half naked, horny, and totally unexpected. I could already imagine throwing myself at him, wrapping my legs around him. He would carry me to my old room and fuck my brains out on the soft carpet or in the dressing room. You know there's a bed in the room, right? I grabbed the handle and slowly, delicately turned it, opening the door just a tiny fraction. Only the fireplace illuminated the interior. I couldn't hear anyone talking. The door moved a few inches further, widening the gap, and that's when my world collapsed. My husband was fucking his ex-lover, Anna, on the heavy desk. So not only cheating, but he's fucking the ex. The ex who tried to kill her. What do you bet he's gonna have some bullshit explanation for this? Or he's just gonna slap her until she shuts up about it. He was pounding her just like he'd done with me not even a full day before. I froze, unable to breathe. My heart nearly exploded. Oh, you're right, Cerebellum. See, I already forgot about the twin. Yeah, I bet it's the twin with the ex, and she's gonna be furious at Massimo, and he's not gonna have a clue why, because he didn't do it. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been seconds or minutes. My stomach cramped and I regained my wits, and as I was turning away to run as far as my legs would carry me, Anna's head swung to the side. She looked straight at me, smirked, and pulled the man in black towards herself. I ran. Okay, but also she was following a tracker, so Massimo can't be that far. He's got to be nearby. That was the end of the chapter. All right. Stretch break. I fully encourage everyone to have a stretch break. They're important. Rules of the internet. I gotta start having some snacks. That's what I gotta do. I didn't, I wanted to get chips and popcorn, but, budget is X, and, but I gotta get some, like, chips and popcorn, something to munch. Oh, or crunch and munch. Do you have that in the States? Is crunch and munch a thing in the States? I don't think so. I know no, there's like an American version of it. I know this. What is it? You call it something else in America. Like it's not the same brand, but there's like an American version of it. It's like Cracker Jacks or Cracker Jacks, or what's the other one that I heard? Circus peanuts. I think those might be marshmallows. I think it's Cracker Jacks because what Crunch and Munch is, I like the toffee one. So popcorn covered in like very thin buttery toffee with like peanuts and almonds and things in there. It's really good. See, I'm not a caramel person. I don't like caramel, but I like toffee. So yeah, Crunch and Munch good. Or white cheddar popcorn from Smart Food, really good. Or all dressed chips, but they have to be Ruffles. Or Lay's ketchup chips. No, I don't want ketchup chips right now. I do want all dressed chips. All dressed chips and ketchup chips are something I know they don't have in the States because they're usually the stars of any like, American tries Canadian food video. Though I have no idea why they don't sell all dressed or ketchup chips in the States. Because every video I've ever seen of people from anywhere but Canada trying them, they always like them. And some people, especially with the all dressed chips, they're like, these would be great at a barbecue. These would absolutely sell. So it's like, why have they just never introduced the flavors to America, which is the land of having 20,000 useless flavors of everything? I mean, I remember being in the Walmart there, and after explaining to my friend that yes, cheese in a can was a real thing, and I wasn't making a joke for 10 years about it, there was like 15 flavors of cheese in a can. There was blueberry and birthday cake flavored cheese in a can, and cotton candy. So you have a billion like really terrible flavors of everything, but you don't have all dressed or ketchup chips. Like, is there some treaty between our two countries somewhere that specifies that there's an embargo on the best chips? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Chapter 5. How are we only on chapter 5? We're 100. By the way, we're over 100 pages in now. We're 108 pages in. 108. Okay, this is gone. This is left. We have 300 pages. Some odd. 300 some odd. No, we have 400. I forgot. There's 400 pages left. No, there's 400 pages. So yeah, so I was right. Brain. We have 300 pages left. So we're a quarter of the way through. I sprinted out of the house, needing to put as much distance between me and that place as I could. I jumped into the car and revved the engine. Okay, this is what's going to lead to the... Tears were cascading down my cheeks. Tires screeching, I drove away. Some distance away, when I felt safe, I stopped the car and fished out my heart pills from the handbag. Oh, she's going to pass out and spend the night by the side of the road because, as we know, her heart pills seem to be just really, really strong sedatives. I don't think there is a heart condition that is treated by just really strong sedatives, but that seems to be what she's taking. We're never going to find out what a heart condition is. This is never going to happen. I'd never needed them so much in my life. My breathing was quick and heavy. I waited for the drugs to start working. What would I do now? I was having his baby, and he had lied to me and cheated on me. He had tricked me into leaving the mansion so he could fuck this bitch. I slammed the steering wheel with both hands. I should have gone back there and killed both of them. The only thing I needed now was to kill myself, though. Wow, this just, every time it can get worse, it does. If not for the baby inside me, I would have done it too. Are we, I'm sorry, but is this worse than the excusing the rape stuff? I mean, it's two sides of the same coin. But because a man has abused her and she thinks, and we still don't know. I think Cerebellum is right and it's the twin. I think she's absolutely right. We don't know for sure though, but even if it is, at this moment, she thinks that it's Massimo. She thinks that it's him. And her first thought is, this guy who kidnapped me, raped and abused me, and treats me like garbage. I walk in on him cheating on me. And her first thought is she should kill herself. Ugh. And if not for being pregnant, she would have done it too. Do you think conscious effort went into just making this the absolute worst of everything? I'm starting to think it did. Like, it feels like it has to be intentional to be this bad and this evil and this just the absolute worst of everything. You know, and I said we got 2 ducks. I'm drawing one of the ducks now just to calm myself down because that pissed me the fuck off. Not invoking the screamy towel yet. I may soon. No, this is not how you should handle life. Listen to Seth Ale, children. He is wise, master, and keeper of the dragons. He knows. This is not how you handle life. Nor should she go back there and kill the 2 of them. If she thinks it's Massimo, and if it turns out that it is, you divorce him, you take a lot of money from him, and then you live a very rich, comfy life anywhere away from him. But for now, duck. All right. Eyes closed, head back. Hopefully this is on camera. Hand in the bag. Random duck. Trying to mix everybody up. I'm going to dig right to the bottom and this one. Oh, it feels small. What do we get? Oh, we got surgeon duck. I dubbed these surgeon duck. I'm definitely going to paint the puck and the head thing silver. I've been enhancing some of the ducks. We have surgeon duck, so what are we going to name the surgeon duck? I've got a name that comes to mind and goes with one of our other ducks, but it is up to Seth Ale because it's his duck. But I like it. It's cute. I like that it's got the little scrub cap, even though the ducks don't have hair. I don't know. If a surgeon is bald, like actually bald, do they still have to wear the scrub cap? Yes, we have surgeon duck now. Ugh, cannot. Which for tonight, I'm going to go right here. Pride of place. This is my very broken printer that one of these days I need to get rid of, but it's got stuff on top of it. And moving the stuff on top of it would be a royal pain in the... But sometime in the near future, I do need to get rid of it. It is heavy as fuck, though, so I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do that. But it'll get there. Oh, you know what? I might put it on this chair and use the chair to wheel it over to my wagon to take it down. That could work. All right, we'll draw the other duck later in the evening. For now, they'll just sit there being comfy. It also keeps sweat from dripping in the eyes. That's a good thing. The thought of the innocent child gave me strength. I needed to be brave for my daughter. I started the engine again and joined the traffic. She should so not be driving right now. It dawned on me that I had to leave right away. But how would I arrange that? So literally, again, we're just copying 50 Shades where the pregnant woman is going to flee, but now it's just different. It's a different misunderstanding than in 50 Shades, but I was totally, utterly deprived of any freedom. Yeah, you're just noticing that. I had allowed that man to control me. Well, yeah, you did allow it. You definitely did allow it. And now look where you find yourself. He knew where I was and what I was doing. His eyes were on me all the time. I pulled out my phone and called Olga. So soon, I heard her bored voice in the receiver. Listen to me and don't ask anything. We need to leave the island right now. Take your laptop and find us the first plane to Warsaw. I don't care about the price. Pack only the most important things. Take a sweatsuit for me. I'll be at the hotel in an hour. Sneak out so nobody sees you. Get it? We have another terrible plan. And are you forgetting? Is she going to carve the tracker out of her arm? Like, or is the book going to forget about that? Because it's been mentioned in this book, so. She was silent. I didn't know what she was thinking. Do you understand what I'm saying? I do. I hung up and stepped on the accelerator. Or is Olga going to, like, dime her out to Dominic, and Dominic's going to go to Massimo, and they'll figure it out? The tears weren't stopping, and I did nothing to stem their flow while driving. They were soothing. I had never hated anyone so much in my life as I hated Massimo now. To see him suffer, to know he felt the same despair I did, I wanted to cause him as much pain as I could. After all those talks about loyalty, all the confessions of love, and the vows we'd taken before God himself, he'd taken the first opportunity he got to cheat on me. It didn't matter why he'd done it. It didn't mean a thing to me. My Sicilian dream had been too beautiful to last. Oh, God, kill me. Kill me with this fucking trite garbage. Like, Jesus. But I hadn't thought it would end this fast, quickly morphing into a nightmare. I stopped the car in the parking lot of the hotel, having earlier called Olga. She was standing in the shadows, signaling to me with a lit cigarette. What's going on, Laura? She asked, getting into the car. The flight. When? I barked incoherently. In 2 hours from Catania. First fly to Rome, then at 6 in the morning we go on to Warsaw. Now, would you tell me what happened? Yeah, I was wondering that too. How is she going to pay? She has no money. Like, if she's using Massimo's credit card, obviously he's going to know where she's going. And she's going home. She's going to Warsaw, where she used to live, where her parents are. Like, he's not going to find her in 5 seconds. And again, she has a tracker in her arm. You honestly think she wouldn't carve it out? She'll probably try to use a spoon to scoop it out. She's done dumber. I was thinking that. I was thinking she was going to tell the friend, like, bring a razor blade and a bottle of vodka. Yeah, like, so seriously. And, like, the whole, like, heating the razor with a lighter to sterilize it thing. No, I do think that she would. I absolutely do. Or she might try to, like, go to a doctor and get it removed because she'll be worried about leaving a scar because she's incredibly vain. You were right, I replied. That surprise was a lousy idea. Olga was sitting in the passenger seat, half turned towards me, eyeing me in silence. He cheated on me. I breathed and burst out in tears again. Stop the car, I'll drive. Okay, again, this is a good friend, because yes, should not be driving right now. I was in no state to argue, so I just did as she said. Fucking prick, she growled, buckling up. What a motherfucker. I told you not to go. Now what? He's going to find you. She is right. I've been thinking about it on the way, I said, feeling numb, staring out the window. I'll cash out in Poland as his wife. What does that mean? You're gonna go to the bank and because you're his wife, like, I guess she has access to his account, she's gonna what? Ask for $5 million in cash in a duffel bag and run? He gave me access to an account. Okay, so she's gonna take as much money as she can. I'll take just enough to stay afloat for a while. We'll go to Warsaw, and I'll rip this fucking implant out. Okay, so addressing it. Hi, Persnickety. There's Scooby-Doo antics and stupid going on. Oh, hi, Sasha. She's just making sure you don't escape. She's doing her job. To catch you up, we've got, they came back from the honeymoon. The friend is with Dominic, and immediately, they'd been home for an hour, and Massimo immediately announced, you and your friend are going away for 3 days to a hotel I own on the other side of the island. I'll join you in 3 days. Go pack. To which she did, and then, yes, Sethdale called it. He is right. After being gone for a day, she decided, I'm going to ditch my security and go back home and surprise Massimo so I can blow him and then return to the hotel. She walked in on, looked like Massimo banging the ex, Anna, Cerebellum correctly, I believe, called it that it's probably the eviler twin banging the ex. But Lara thinks that he betrayed her, and her first thought was to kill herself, literally, but she can't because she's pregnant. So now she's told a friend to book them plane tickets back to Warsaw because that's not the first place he would look for them. And she's going to steal a bunch of money from Massimo, and then she doesn't have a plan after that. But she did say she's going to rip the implant out of her arm after landing in Warsaw so that he can't find her. Because that's a plan. If we're fast, he's not going to realize I'm gone until the morning. Before he locates me, I'll be rid of the tracker, and then I'll go somewhere far away. He won't find me. Don't ask what then. I don't have a clue. How about you take out the tracker now before you get on a plane? Yeah, not going back home to surprise her mother and let her know she's still alive. No. No, no, no. And her family doesn't even know she got married or she's pregnant. Nothing. Because remember, they were going to have another wedding in 6 months that she could invite her family to. Olga was tapping the steering wheel nervously. She was thinking about my plan. It's really fucking stupid. We'll do this. First, we lose the phones. They won't be able to track us without them. We'll take my car. Yours has a GPS tracker. You can't go to your family or any place Massimo might know. You have to disappear. She paused for a moment before continuing. I have an idea. We'll go to Hungary. What do you mean, we? You've done enough for me. What about that? Can't do anything about that now, can I? So I might as well see this through. She smiled. Now shut up and listen. I've got an ex in Budapest. His name is Istvan. I used to tell you about him. Yeah, about 5 years ago. Did I miss something? Is it 5 already? He's still hopelessly in love with me. Calls me at least once a week, so she has a stalker. Wants me to come over. Pathetic, right? Somebody's been calling her for 5 years. Yeah, that's a stalker. Yes, she does know he has a twin. Why assume the murdering kidnapper isn't a faithful, devoted husband? Yeah, I made that point too. Like, why were you expecting him to be faithful? Like, I would never in a million years expect that. Ever. Just 2 stalkers. It's true. Anyway, now's his chance. Besides, he's not exactly poor. He owns a car factory, so our expenses won't hurt him. Oh yeah, we'll just live off this guy. That what the fuck? We're friends. He'll be glad to help. I'll call him as soon as we get new phones. Shit. Hungary is pretty close to Poland, I said doubtfully. Let's go to the Canary Islands. I have a friend there who works at a hotel on Lanzarote. Olga sent me a disdainful look. The Canary Islands? Think, Lara. We can't use our IDs. Wherever we go, we need to go by car. That's the only way to keep Massimo in the dark. To think you wanted to do this alone. She shook her head. She was right, of course. I wasn't thinking rationally. That, to say the least, couldn't believe what he had done and wasn't able to imagine what would happen now. Just remember, Laura, if you get too much cash from the bank, 20 grand or something like that, you have to notify the bank in advance. Let them know you'll be taking out a large sum. They need time to prepare, so go ahead and call them right now. That feels like a shot at 50 Shades. That feels like a shot at 50 Shades because we all made so much fun, rightly so, of being able to walk into a bank and withdraw $5 million in cash on the spot in a half an hour. But I feel like that is definitely a shot at 50 Shades. So go ahead and call them right now. Tell them how much you need and where you're going to cash out. I took her cell and searched for the number on the internet. Feeling like a kid. Olga was my mother, thinking for me, remembering about all the important details so I didn't have to. Well, we did say that being infantilized and treated like a little girl is her greatest fantasy, so guess she's really gotten into it. When we reached the airport, I had changed into the tracksuit she had brought for me. A glance at the red lace of my underwear made me want to retch. I drove the Bentley to one of the parking lots and left the keys inside before going straight to the terminal. The flight was short, and we passed the time by copying all the numbers in our phones onto a piece of paper. This was the only way. Transferring contacts to another phone was out of the question. Oh, this is so dumb. At 9 in the morning, we left the Chopin airport in Warsaw and got a cab. We went to my place in Mokoto, however you say that. The security guard downstairs had an extra key, as Dominic had hired a cleaning lady after we left. I needed to change from that pink tracksuit. If I was going to get a large sum of money from the bank, I didn't want to look like an exhausted, pregnant idiot whose husband had cheated on her. The problem was I didn't really have anything good for the occasion. At the cab, I presented my newest plan. Let's go to the doctor, I told Olga. We'll drop by a mall on our way back and buy ourselves something more appropriate, then we'll go to the bank. I trailed off, seeing Olga's expression. Okay, no, let's go home first. You'll pack our things, and I'll pack you up, and when I'm finished, and I'll pick you up when I'm finished with everything. She nodded, and a minute later we were riding in the elevator upstairs. I left Olga at the apartment and went to the hospital in Winnalow, or something like that. I give up on pronouncing these words. Was Dr. Ome at the clinic at all? I needed to call first. Hello, Laura, how are you? I heard the man's voice in the receiver. Hi there, Powell. I'm great, more or less. Are you at work? Sure, for another hour or so. What's up? I need to see you right away. I'll be there in 15 minutes. See you then. See you soon. The formalities at the reception took only a short while this time. There was no handsome Italian to distract the receptionist. They pointed me to the ward, and I entered the doctor's office. What's going on? Powell asked, sitting behind a desk. I'm pregnant, I said. Congratulations, but that's not my specialty. I know, but the thing I'm going to ask of you is, I just didn't know if pregnancy changed anything, so I told you just in case. This is smart. I rolled up my sleeve. See, I said it too. I said she would go to a doctor because she would be worried about the scar. So here we go. Yep. I have an implant in my arm and I need to get rid of it right away. As my doctor and my friend, I'm asking you to keep any questions to yourself. I'm not sure how much they'd be like. This would seem so sus to a doctor, and I've been the patient when being very sus out of necessity. Like, there would be some questions. Granted, she doesn't have to answer. She doesn't have to answer or confirm anything. But there would be some questions. Powell took a close look at my arm, touched the short tube implanted under my skin, and said, You didn't ask any questions when I partied at your hotel, so I'll offer you the same courtesy. Why am I not surprised that she has like blackmail material on her doctor? Go sit in the treatment chair over there. The implant seems to be pretty shallow. You won't even feel me taking it out. Dude, you have to cut into her skin to get it out, so yeah. In another 15 minutes, I was already back in the car driving to the mall. I felt free. Yeah, this is not the case. I'm betting by the time she gets back to the apartment with Olga, Massimo will be there. She's just gonna walk in and he's gonna be there. Thank you, said the elf. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, but that was particularly stupid. Yeah, the thing is implanted in her arm. Now, granted, it's probably not very deep, true, but you still have to make a cut to get it. Yeah, there's no way. Of course, you're gonna feel that. Like this. It's so dumb. So dumb. Like my brain hurts, and I'm really hungry. I don't know why I'm hungry. I ate a decent lunch. I shouldn't be hungry, but I'm really hungry. And for some reason, I still want Crunch and Munch. Yeah, I'm salt craving. That's what it is. That's why I'm thinking of chips. I'm gonna need fries with salt later. How much you want to bet there's a second tracker? No, this is pointless. No, he's still going to be able to track her somehow or another. I bet you anything that you're right. Yeah, no, I was thinking that too. Like, he's going to have some other way to find her. Yeah, second tracker, totally possible. Somewhere he doesn't know about or couldn't get to or something. Yeah, I totally, 100%. Yeah, no, she's not getting away from him this easy. Like, this is all just going to be wasted pages because he's just going to show up either right now or in a day. He's going to show up. He's going to explain that it was his twin, not him. Whether that's true or not, no idea, but that'll be the excuse. And she'll go, "Oh my God, how could I have doubted you? I feel so bad. Please forgive me, baby." She'll blow him and they'll be back to whatever normal for them is. Like, this is all going to be much ado about nothing. It's just a question of how long it drags on for. Ugh. I might have lost everything, but losing that leash made me feel an inner peace and hope like I hadn't felt in a long time. Gee, almost sounds like you shouldn't have married into being that. As I was parking the car on the top floor of the parking garage, my phone chimed. It was Massimo. My stomach knotted painfully and my heart skipped a beat. What was I to do? It was late morning. The security detail must have noticed we weren't in the hotel. On the one hand, I wanted to hear his voice. On the other hand, I still wanted to kill the man. I declined the call and got out of the car. Mm. Beef stew with fried beef beef stew fried with ship. If that's supposed to be shrimp, I will pass on the shrimp, but beef stew is good. You can't have shellfish. Note, shrimp and beef does sound like a weird combination. First, I went to a cell phone store and bought 2 smartphones and 2 SIM cards. With what cash? I paid in cash. Any card transactions could be tracked. Then I went upstairs and headed to the Versace boutique. Okay, seriously, she hasn't been to a bank yet, and we're buying 2 phones, and now we're going to Versace? Did she just have like $5,000 in cash in her purse? Like, how did she pay for the plane tickets? Beef and shrimp is great. Stir fry shrimp. Well, I'm glad you guys like it. The sales assistant watched me with open contempt as I rummaged through the expensive clothes wearing a pink Victoria's Secret sweatsuit. Oh, of course, because the sales girls have to be bitches if you look like you don't have money. Do you know how many, like, fucking, housewives in the billion-dollar mansions wear the fucking pink tracksuits from Victoria's Secret? All of them. I dug through all the hangers, feeling the phone vibrating in my handbag. I finally found a gorgeous matching skirt and cream-colored shirt. I picked up a black leather jacket and a pair of black pumps. So she just spent like several $1,000s on an outfit. That should do it. I look sufficiently rich now. I put the clothes on the counter and relished the surprised look of the store clerk as I pulled out a credit card and offered it to her. Paying for clothes by card shouldn't be a problem. Okay, sorry, what? Because literally, okay, here's, what in the actual fuck? Right here, Any card transaction could be tracked. Any. And yet, bottom of this very page, paying for clothes by card shouldn't be a problem. It is the distance between right there. This is any transaction can be tracked. This is paying for clothes with a card shouldn't be a problem. It is the distance from there to there. What the actual fuck? All that money for an outfit she can't wear much longer, true. I would say you need to spend time in Louisiana, but the Cajuns might kill you with the crawfish boil. That's true. Yeah, between the spice and the shellfish, yeah, I could probably die at one of those places. That's true. Like, there's a reason I've never had Cajun food or Indian food. Massimo probably already knew I was in Poland, but he couldn't do much with that knowledge, except get on his private jet and be there in a matter of hours. The large amount that displayed on the cash register screen didn't impress me in the least. Yep. It was Massimo's penance. He owed me that much. Not that he noticed this couple grand missing from his account. The clerk's eyes bulged in the funniest way. I wish I could save her photo on my phone so it could make me smile whenever I was down. Thanks, I said with a smug expression and left. I changed in the bathroom, applied some lip balm I had fished out of my own Prada bag, and that was it. I took a look in the mirror. The person facing me didn't resemble the crying, wounded woman I had been only a few hours ago. I went back to the BMW. The man in black wasn't going to let me go, it seemed. The screen of my smartphone displayed 37 missed calls. Yeah, that's not crazy. I was shifting into drive when he called again. This time I decided to pick up. Oh, great. So now she's driving while having a fight over the cell phone with Massimo. The fact that she has not been in a serious crash yet. Fucking hell, Lara, he cried, frantic. Where are you? What the hell are you doing? He had never used such words when talking to me, not just his fists. And he had never shouted. Oh, bullshit! Bullshit, he never shouted at her! Bull fucking shit! I said nothing. What was there to say? I really had no idea. Goodbye, Massimo. I managed finally, with another wave of tears flowing down my cheeks. My plane is setting off in 20 minutes. I know you're in Poland. I'll find you. That's not threatening at all. I wanted to hang up, but I lacked the strength to do it. She is just the most pathetic. Like, I really thought Anastasia Steele was the most pathetic, but no, Laura is far, far worse. Please don't do this to me, baby girl. I'm still burning it. Where's my pen? There was despair in his voice, pain and heartbreak. I needed to consciously push away the sympathy and the love that threatened to overcome me then. Oh, God. And, like, why is he assuming, like, I don't even know why he'd be assuming that she's leaving, because that sounds like too much insight for him. What helped me was the image of Anna with her legs spread on his desk. I took a deep breath and clutched the steering wheel harder. If you wanted to keep fucking her, you shouldn't have brought me into your life. You cheated on me and I can't forgive that. You'll never see me again. Me or your child. Don't look for us. You're not worthy to be part of our lives. Goodbye, Don Massimo. She's going to hang up and he's going to be like, oh, fuck, what the hell now? Because he's going to figure it out. I hung up and switched off the phone, left the car and threw the device in the trash can by one of the entrances to the mall. This is the end, I said quietly to myself, wiping away the tears. I went to the bank feeling like a thief. All the scenes from gangster movies I'd ever watched flashed before my eyes. The only the only things I didn't have were a gun, a balaclava, and a prepared line like hands in the air, this is a robbery. I had the I had full right to use that money, but I couldn't help feeling like I was stealing from the man in black. He's your husband. There was no other choice. If not for the fact that I was pregnant, I wouldn't have done it. I walked over to one of the counters and told the clerk how much cash I needed. The woman behind the counter made a weird expression and asked me to wait before vanishing behind a door. I took a seat on a couch nearby and waited. Good morning, a man said, obstructing my view. This is going to be the bank manager because we have to copy all the 50 Shades. Is she going to borrow his cell phone too? Good morning, a man said, obstructing my view. My name is Lutska Taba. I'm the director of this bank. Please follow me. Calm and composed, I did as he told me and sat in a chair in his office. You're asking for a large sum of money. Can I see your ID? About an hour later, the whole sum was heaped before me on the desktop. I stuffed it all into a bag I had brought for that purpose. I said goodbye to the bank manager. How much cash did she just ask for? I said goodbye to the bank manager and headed to the exit. In the car, I tossed the bag in the passenger seat and locked the doors. I couldn't believe how much money I had with me. Also, you're going to fly with literal bag full of cash? Because that's not going to raise any suspicions. Fuck, I thought. Do I need that much? Have I overdone it? Dozens of thoughts flew through my mind, including the one telling me to go back and return everything at once. I glanced at my watch and felt shivers running down my spine. I could picture Massimo getting closer by the minute. It was time to go. Dominic texted me, Olga said when I entered the apartment. Sent me a message on Facebook. I don't want to hear it. I spoke to Massimo and told him everything I wanted him to hear. Now, this is your new phone, I said, tossing her the box with the device inside. No more talking about the Sicilians. Are we clear? I don't want anything to do with them. And remember, you can't log into any social media, your email, or anything like that. They're on their way already. We need to go. Lara, listen to me for fuck's sakes. Dominic texted me that Massimo didn't cheat on you. See, this is what I said. I said, I called this. I said, Olga was going to talk to Dominic. Dominic was going to tell her the truth because he'll figure it out. Belle Calabera. What's that? Hello, Deacon. We're dealing with really dumb horror because Lara has now taken her friend Olga, taken a bunch of money out of Massimo's account, and fled to Poland because she walked in on what she thinks was Massimo banging the ex Anna on his desk. But we all immediately called that it's obviously the eviler twin brother. But she has run. She had the tracker removed from her arm, threw away her cell phone, has run to Poland, and is now running away from Poland because Massimo is on his plane coming to Poland to track her down. And the friend is in touch with the brother that she's boinking, who's saying, oh no, it's all a misunderstanding. Massimo wasn't fucking his ex. It's not what it looks like. Stop running. But she's had several plans dumber than Scooby-Doo. Oh, Deacon, Massimo has two brothers. Dominic is his half-brother, who is banging the friend Olga. But he has an eviler twin brother, an identical twin brother that we never heard about before, who showed up at the wedding and then drugged and raped the friend Olga, beat the shit out of her, and then Dominic rescued her, and now they're a couple. And that all happened while Lara was away on the honeymoon and didn't know anything about it. And then everyone made excuses for the rapist, how it wasn't his fault, including the victim, who said, oh, he only drugged me to make me more susceptible to having sex with him, and that's okay, because now I'm in love with Dominic, and that's fine. But yeah, it was definitely the eviler twin fucking the ex that she walked in on, but she can't tell them apart because they're identical, and so now she's running away thinking that he betrayed her when she's carrying his child, and how could he cheat on her? Because why would you think the evil mob boss who kidnapped you would be faithful? But apparently she did, even though they've never talked about anything. So now she's on the run, and she just took a large amount of cash out of the bank. But the friend's trying to tell her, no, the guy I've been banging for 2 whole weeks who's also in the mob and has every reason to lie to me, he swears your husband didn't cheat on you. Laura, listen to me, for fuck's sakes. Dominic texted me that Massimo didn't cheat on you. What was he supposed to write? I screamed at the top of my lungs. She has a valid point. Like, why would you believe him? Like, he's gonna tell us whatever we want to hear now. Anything just to keep me in line. You stay if you want, but I'm telling you, they're gonna be here in 3 hours. I'm not gonna listen to this bullshit. I know what I saw. Okay, has she just forgotten that he has a twin? Has she just completely forgotten that? Why isn't Olga like telling her? It was Adrian. It wasn't Massimo. Like, Olga clenched her teeth and grabbed 2 suitcases. The car is ready. Come on. Okay, is Olga not remembering that he has a twin because she should? I mean, he drugged and raped her and beat the shit out of her like less than 2 weeks ago. She should definitely remember him. I changed back into the sweatsuit, and then we packed our bags into Olga's VW something name of a car and went on our way. Someone's following us, Olga said suddenly, stealing glances in the rearview mirror. See? 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 I discreetly looked back and noticed a black Passat with tinted windows. It's not a mob wife's actions at all. No, of course not. How long has it been there? Since we left home. At first I thought it was coincidence, but it's definitely following us. You probably had someone watching her apartment. Like, we need to change seats, I said coolly, looking around, trying to find a good spot to stop the car. Turn right here. There's going to be a mall there. Take us into the parking garage. Fucking hell, Laura, you told me they were driving to the airport, not landing already. I think those are Carol's men. Remember his wife, Monica? The car has Polish plates. It can only be them. Okay, so Massimo probably called his mob buddy and was like, hey, my wife ran away from me. Can you go to her apartment and follow her until I get there? This makes sense. We drove to the first level of the garage and stopped at the first unoccupied spot before swapping seats without getting out. My driving skills had come in handy a lot of times during these last few months. I was grateful for my dad for teaching me how to perfect that particular skill set. You're still watching Taken when you wrote that. I was grateful for all the courses he had sent me and my brother to. Okay, again, that's a shot at 50 Shades, because when Anastasia pulls like the stunt driving high speed bullshit car chase and like how would she know how to do that? Again, that's a shot at 50 Shades. I'm not saying I don't approve, but make it less obvious. Okay, I do need to pause. It is on the hour, so when I get back, I will put on the handcuffs for the remainder of the evening. But I need to excuse myself for 5 seconds, so talk amongst yourselves. Come up with a name for the duck, by the way. Surgeon Duck needs a name. And 1 hour from now, after I put on the handcuffs, we will draw the last duck. Unless we get any more ducks. Then we'll definitely have a new stage for next week. But I will be right back. And I will try to convince the puppy to make an appearance when I get back, because he wants to. I can hear the ears flapping. Hello. Man, these are taking forever to go away. Yes, I did. I am okay. I did check in on Twitter, and for those of us keeping up with world news today, as of 5 minutes ago, Iran has confirmed the death of Ayatollah Khomeini. I just went to the bathroom. I'm okay. Little out of breath, little upset with the state of the world. Noticing that I'm going to need an extra water bottle for next week because unless we get through all of the pink lemonade, which I don't think we will, going to need something else to put water in. All right. Oh yeah, what is this? Is it round 3 or 4 of the U.S. trying to conquer the entire Middle East for the oil? Because that's the only reason they're doing this. Let's not even pretend. This is a war over oil, just like the last war was a war over oil. See? Key. We have the key. It's going to sit right there. Guys, we practice safety here. Yeah, don't do the hitting off the wrist thing. It really hurts. Yes, everything is fine. Oh, and Lindsey Graham had a lovely quote saying that any American soldiers that die in this conflict are dying a noble death because they're protecting the American way of life back home by dying for what are they dying for? What is the point of this? What is to be accomplished? They're just gonna have another 20 years war, kill a couple million more civilians, then royally fuck off, and it's gonna go back to what it was, just like Afghanistan did. Yeah, that's not how that works. And don't hug me, I'm scared. Hug the butters. Hug the fluffy butters. Even if he doesn't want to hug, remind him that he is a fur-bearing animal and that he is for cuddling when cuddling is needed. And then take the top off the duck and let him eat all the treats. Oh, or Deacon, watch the short of kitty cats that I sent you earlier. It's really funny. It's good. You and Butters are overstimulated. I think cats are like overstimulated all the time. I mean, don't they act like they've had like 5 shots of espresso? Have you ever seen a cat just be randomly standing there and all of a sudden they go full spring loaded and launch like 9 feet in the air for no reason and then just come back down and keep walking? Like cats come spring loaded. Well, of course you have to pack the treats. But as long as you pack the food and a couple fake mice, and a blankie and something warm and his favorite pillow and his brush. Cats are high maintenance. They don't travel light. All right, bitch, buckle up, I said with a grin. So now, continuing to rip off 50 Shades, we're going to have an idiot car chase scene. That's Ozzy after naps. He doesn't. Does he do the startled wake up and launch himself thing? Because I've had cats that do that. They launch right up and then they miss the couch coming back down. Who, Trump or Lindsey Graham? Lindsey Graham wouldn't be allowed in the army under Trump. Because Trump doesn't like the gays. I launched the car into motion, rapidly turning towards the exit. The Passat accelerated with a screech of the wheels, but was immediately blocked by a car reversing from a parking spot. I joined the traffic and sped towards the main street. I broke all the rules there were and zoomed through Makoto. The car wasn't powerful enough to lose our tail by speed alone, but I knew the area pretty well. That was my main asset. In the rearview mirror, I could see the black sedan gaining on us. Traffic was thick, fortunately, and I could use that to my advantage. Are you afraid? Olga asked, clutching the handle on the ceiling. No time for that. Besides, if they catch us, they won't hurt us. This is more of a race than an escape. Yes, they are cowards. Yeah, Deacon's entirely right. Of course they're cowards. I kept my eyes on the road, searching for one specific street. I didn't remember its name, but I knew there was a spot there where I could hide. This is it, I exclaimed, turning the car abruptly. The lumbering, whatever name of car, nearly broke in half, but it managed to stay in one piece in the end. We drove through an archway leading to a yard behind an old tenement house where my gay hairdresser used to live. Okay, seriously, why is every hairdresser in this series a gay man? Like, I am not saying the stereotype doesn't exist for a reason. It sure as fuck does, but this is a little much. I did see the name. It's spelled Touareg. It's a crappy Porsche again. I have no respect for that car anymore after this. Well, Deacon, remind me to send you the picture, because Sarah Bellum found a picture of the Porsche last week, and it's the ugliest fucking car. Like, it's genuinely ugly. Because they can make you look fabulous! Yes, I do love some Queer Eye. It's a little too much. Oh, for the duck. No eye? For the duck? Touareg. Touareg is the car? Okay. Oh, no, I didn't see. Was there a name for the duck? Hold on. I'm scrolling up. Breadside Manor. All right, so Dale, it's your duck. Do you agree to Breadside Manor being the name of the duck? I mean, I'm gonna go with Chase and keep building on the host theme, but that's pretty good. That reminds me of I think it's Overcooked 2, where they're playing with the Necronomnomicon, and they raise the unbread. I'm sorry, but the first time I saw that, I just laughed so fucking hard because that was a quality pun. I only made it through one ep of that Tyra Banks thingy while getting my hair done. Oh yeah, the documentary. No, I've seen it, and I only when other people made me, I have seen quite a bit of America's Next Top Model, and I'm like, okay, the reason that I didn't like watching this show back when it was actually on was because I was well aware of how abused the contestants were being and how disgusting the show was, deliberately so, and how utterly rigged and just contrived and edited to fake shit. And the fact that Tyra Banks herself, like, I'm sorry, she's a fucking moron. She is a genuinely stupid person from what I have seen of her. She's also an egomaniac. She's selfish. She's self-centered. She never was that good of a model. She never had, like, the career she claims to have had. She was never that fucking good. You know, and why in the hell would you, like, and the whole thing that they said, like, we can help these girls launch their career. Nobody ever got a career off that show, quite the opposite. And they never even pretended to do anything to help their careers. And the number of times they blatantly exploited either people's addictions or they encouraged the bad behavior. Like, they filmed these girls being sexually assaulted and aired it more than once. More than once. And the like the photo shoots being evil and like having them pose as murder victims or in blackface, like, it was all designed just to grab views, and the contestants who showed up were just things to be used and manipulated by the production. Nobody gave a fuck about them. Nobody protected them. And that was obvious when it was on air. So the only thing I'm surprised about is that anybody is surprised by any of that when there was no attempt made to cover it up. It was right there on your screen the whole time. I can't be the only person who saw it back in the day. Oh, yeah, several people need to go to jail. A lot of people need to go to jail. Like, seriously, anyone who was involved in covering up what happened to Shandy and the guy who did it definitely should still be arrested. Oh, statute of limitations is probably up. But everyone who covered it up and forced her to lie about it, yeah, they should all go to jail because that's conspiracy and there's no statute of limitations on conspiracy. And I include Tyra Banks in that because she could, like, because the whole documentary, she doesn't take responsibility for anything. She hand waves it and says, I didn't know. I was kept in the dark. I didn't know. It's your fucking name. You were the producer. You were the one in charge of everything. So you don't get to play the I didn't know card. And somehow after that documentary, and there's another one coming, Netflix is doing one too, that supposedly has a lot more. Netflix or Amazon, whichever one this is not from, the other one is also doing one that apparently has a lot more of the contestants in it and is a lot more honest than this one. Because this one, the only way they could get Tyra Banks and the others from the show to be on it is if they basically hid a lot of stuff still and still let them control the narrative to a degree. Whereas the one that hasn't come out yet, but will within the next month, has nothing to do with any of the previous production or the network. It is completely independent. And so that's why a lot of the former models wouldn't speak to the one that just came out because they were being told they couldn't say certain things, or they still had to lie about things, or they were still being covered up. The other one is letting them say whatever they want. So that's going to be the one to watch when it comes out. But how are they bringing that show back? Because they've made it clear now there is another season either in the works or currently being filmed. I have to imagine it's currently being filmed. So, you know, you just had this huge documentary exposing literal crimes that were covered up and just blatant, rampant abuse that apparently was the point of the show. And you're bringing that back. Yeah, I'm sure there's some NDAs involved, but those are not, like, there's a saying in the law that no contract can cover up a crime. That includes NDAs. Uh, lost my place. The yard was surrounded by tall buildings on all sides and had parking spaces where we could wait until the Passat lost us. I halted the car and killed the engine. We have to wait a while, I said, shrugging. They're going to pass us by, then they'll be back searching all the small streets. You have some time for a smoke now, if you like. We stepped out and Olga lit a cigarette. Have you called... Excuse me. Istvan. By the way, this guy's name is spelled ISTVA with a right-facing accent aigu and N. So not even close to pronouncing this correctly. I imagine it's Polish for Ivan. I asked, yes, when you were changing. He's crazy happy. He's preparing a bedroom for us in his apartment overseeing the Danube. Oh, is in the Blue Danube Waltz? Is that where it's from? He's not exactly young, you know. Okay, this guy is the Neil Patrick Harris in Gone Girl. That's who he is. I gotta watch that sometime. I've seen reviews of it, but I've never actually seen the entire movie. I know everyone says the beginning's really good, but then the end, it gets really stupid. To be perfectly honest, he's my dad's age, but he doesn't look it. I shook my head. You're one perverted bitch, you know that? Hey, I take offense to that. Just because he is older doesn't mean that's a bad thing. In fact, I often count it as a good thing. I mean, not so much now as I did when I was 17, but can't help it. I just like older men. Yeah, that's called daddy issues. I mean, I know that. I admit it. Besides, you'll get it when you see him. He's gorgeous. Hungarians are pretty guys. He's got long black hair, bushy eyebrows, wide shoulders, and perfect lips. He's Jacob! We have our Jacob! He knows how to cook, knows his way around cars, and drives a motorbike. A sexy daddy. Oh my god. Do not need the daddy comment. We didn't need that. From the person who, like 12 hours ago, was declaring herself unquestioningly in love with Dominic. And he's got this enormous tattoo on his back. And another enormous thing, if you catch my drift, she grinned. Okay, since when would Olga not just said, and his cock is huge too? She's entirely the person that would do that. Ugh. Water good. Okay, out of water bad. All right, so I think we have consensus on the duck. It is officially Breadside Manor. Oh, it's gonna make me laugh every time I have to say it. The other things that add spice. Ma'am, no, the word daddy doesn't do that. It's creepy. Yes, it is! And like I know what DDLG is. It's daddy daughter little girl play. Again, you want to role play shit? That's fine as long as it's consensual. You do you. You know, we try not to yuck anybody's yum here. We don't kink shame. But why in these books is there always that? Like, why does it always have to go there? If it's an older guy, and by older can be like 10 years, why do we always have to invoke that trope? Like, why? And this is one where I'm also like, why are the men okay with it? Why is the, I'm going to say 60-year-old guy who's banging the like 30-year-old Olga, why is he okay with her calling him daddy and that? Because that creeps me out. The guy either liking it, requesting it, or allowing it creeps me out way more than the woman saying it. I shook my head. Jesus, shit for brains. Keep it in your pants, I said, getting in the car. Smoke your cig while I call my mom. Oh, so we're finally calling her mother. You want the real answer to that? Probably. Hit me with your best shot. Don't know if I'll agree with you, but we'll see. I need to sell her some bullshit, you know? Why I got a new number. I wasn't ready to lie to my mom again, so instead of calling her, I tried occupying my mind with something else. Copying all the numbers from the piece of paper into my new phone took me about an hour. Really? Really? How many numbers do you fucking have? Meanwhile, Olga entertained herself with skipping from one radio station to another, searching for all the newest pop hits. She was perky and animated, completely at ease. Gee, did she also put a little coke on the cigarette? Because it sounds like it. Unlike me, Olga was behaving as if nothing had happened, and the fact that we were on the run from the Sicilian mafia had seemingly not bothered her at all. You're overstating that just a little. All right, it's been enough time. They must have left by now. I'll drive until we're out of town. We'll switch later. This time nobody followed us. As soon as we left Warsaw, we changed seats. 10 minutes into our trip, I was finally ready to confront my mother. She picked up quickly. Hi, Mom, I chirped, managing to sound cheerful. What's this number you're calling me from, dear? Oh, you know, I changed phones after my contract expired. I had all kinds of people calling. I don't know who gave them my number, so I said enough and changed it. You know how they can be, trying to talk you into buying more stuff you don't need. And a woman who has been nothing but materialistic this whole time. How are you then? How's Sicily? It's dreadful here in Poland, cold and rainy. Okay, wouldn't the cell phone that she just bought in Poland have an area code in Poland that her mother would certainly recognize as not only being in Poland, but in Warsaw where she is? Like, my cell phone has a prefix. It lets people know where I am. Like, I know the prefix for most areas in Ontario. That's why if there's a certain one that comes up, I will always answer because I have family there. It's dreadful here in Poland, cold and rainy. I know, I thought, I can see that. The conversation continued for some time with us talking about nothing in particular. I had to tell her the man in black might drop by trying to find me. Mom, I have to tell you something. I left Massimo, I said out of the blue, changing the subject. He cheated on me. He wasn't the man for me. I moved to work in another hotel to keep away from him. I'm doing a lot better now. There's more free time and I feel good with myself. Seriously, if your daughter is spinning this crap, are you buying any of it? My mother went quiet then. I needed to keep talking. So anyway, the hotel is the same brand, just on the opposite side of the island. The director decided to move me there, and I have to say it was a pretty good decision. I prattled on. It's bigger and the money's better. I'm learning Italian. I've been thinking of inviting Olga. At this moment, I winked at my friend and she laughed silently. Everything is perfect. I've got a new apartment. It's a lot prettier than the old one. Maybe a bit too large. Like, girl, stop talking and get off the phone. Darling, my mother cut in, not convinced. If you're happy and you know what you're doing, I won't try to talk you out of anything. You've never been able to keep in place for too long, so I'm not surprised you moved on again. But remember that if anything bad happens, you always have a home right here with us. I know, Mommy. Thank you. Just don't give my number to anyone, please. It's important. I don't want people to start calling me again. Are you sure you're only talking about telemarketers? Yeah, them, but also my ex-boyfriends and generally all the people I don't want to talk to. But listen, Mom, I have to go now. I have a meeting. So bye. Love you. Love you too. Call me as often as you'd like. I put my phone down and crossed my legs, taking a look outside the window. It was rainy. It was a rainy, cold day. Back on Sicily, it was probably pleasant, warm, and sunny. You think your mom fell for it? Olga asked before adding, she's not that stupid, you know. Yeah, given how dumb her daughter is. What the fuck was I supposed to tell her then? Hi, Mom, I'm going to be honest with you. I was kidnapped 3 months ago because this one guy kept dreaming about me and then I fell in love with him, but don't worry. It's only Stockholm Syndrome. Anyway, he's the boss of the local mafia and he kills people for a living, and we're going to have a baby and we're actually married now. We were having a good time spending the money he made by selling drugs and guns, but then he cheated on me, and now I'm running from the mob and going to hide in Hungary. That more or less sums it up. Olga couldn't keep it in anymore and snorted with laughter. She had to slow down to keep the car from swerving off the road. Okay, neither of them should be driving. It took her a long while to calm down a bit. She wiped away tears and said, "Yeah, that's so improbable, it's dumb." Okay, did the book just like have a moment of honesty? I can see your mom's face. She'd think you'd lost it. You really should tell her the truth. She won't believe it anyway. Holga's lightheartedness was getting on my nerves. At the same time, it was a welcome break from thinking about my own ill luck and sadness. Luck had nothing to do with this. You volunteered for this. We need to get some gas, she said at one moment and took a ramp off the highway. Wait a minute, I'll give you some cash, I said, reaching for the bag filled with money. We were already outside of Poland, so the thick wads of euro bills would come in handy. Holga peeked into the bag and grimaced. Is that how a million looks? I thought there was going to be more of it. I zipped the bag shut and sent her a disapproving look. Did she really withdraw $1 million? Even though Book made a point of saying you have to call ahead for large withdrawals, banks still don't have $1 million in cash just sitting around, not even in Europe. God, I take back your point for making fun of 50 Shades, because you just did the same stupid thing. How much was I supposed to take? You think it's too little? I was thinking of going back to work after having the baby. The money was only supposed to last until I gave birth. Okay, I'm sorry, bitch. Did you just say you plan to blow through $1 million in, like, she's like 2 months along. In the next 8 months? In the next 8 months, you plan to blow through $1 million. What? And I'm remembering, I think I forgot to burn something. I think I underlined it and then I didn't burn it because I forgot. Yes, I did. Okay, we will correct. But I don't want to live at Massimo's expense. Oh, I would. I absolutely would for the rest of my life. At least not like we did on Sicily, pretending to be aristocrats. Okay, we're on page 123. I will come back. I might buy another crappy car. Yeah. This is true. This is true, but first we play with fire. So, for the second time tonight, we have Baby Girl. This is by far, I can already tell, this is gonna win. It's like the Florida of playing body cam, like, where is it from game. Florida is always miles ahead, so it just doesn't even count. That's what Baby Girl's turning into. 3, 2, 1. I think I need to refill the lighter. And we're gonna smother that before it burns my chest again. Ugh. Which is really itching right now, so it's a good thing I have these on and I can't scratch, because oh my god, do I want to scratch right now, because it's so itchy. Okay, don't blow in it. That makes the itchy worse. Don't do that. Ugh. That's because you're stupid, Laura. You're not thinking about the advantages. Look at it this way. He got you pregnant without your consent or even your knowledge. This is true. I shook my head. All right, you knew then, she said. No, she didn't know because he lied and said that the implant wasn't a tracker, it was birth control. Even though you really didn't, but fuck that. So he got you pregnant. He took your ex away from you, made you marry him, and then cheated on you. I'd have taken everything from the dumb fuck. A punishment not out of greed. She's right. I'm with the friend on this. You know what? Just go get that gas. You're talking out of your ass. We can't use my card anymore. Massimo will track the transaction or at least find out where we're going. So let's keep our heads straight. There's no more cash, and that's that. Like, seriously, they're whining about only having $1 million. This is so stupid. The rest of the way passed without incident. After some 10 hours or so, we're just skipping all the ahead this time. We reached our destination. Istvan lived in a beautiful, historic building near the center of Budapest on the western side of the river. Olga, how nice to see you, he called, coming down a flight of stairs towards the car. How long has it been since you've graced Hungary with your presence? Not that long, Istvan. Only 5 years, Olga replied with a smile, smacking the older man on the butt as he embraced her. Okay, get behind that. All right, enough of that, she said, pushing him away. This is my sister, Laura. Is that supposed to stop him from making a move on Laura? Because I don't think it will. Istvan bowed to me, planting a kiss on my palm. My beloved is back because of your trouble. I thank you, Laura, and wish you all the best. Maybe not immediately. What do we think? Because at some point, Massimo and Dominic are going to find them. What do we think Dominic is going to think about her hooking up with a former lover? Olga had been right when she said Istvan didn't look his age. He was very sensual and handsome, with dusky skin and features I had often seen on Russians before. His eyes were cool, and he moved with such studied nonchalance. He was a strong, confident man who liked when things were going his way. But the most striking thing about him was that he just seemed to be a good man. I couldn't explain it. There was something about him that made me trust him. What in the actual fuck? A rather peculiar, excuse me, a rather peculiar way of seeing things, but thank you, I said, smile. Istvan took another glance at Olga and called out. A young, stunningly handsome man appeared on the stairs. This is Attila, my son, the older Hungarian said. You remember him, Olga. We both froze, dumbfounded, ogling the young man standing in front of us now. Okay, you really had to use the word ogling? Really? Really? We had to do that? He liked working out, that much was apparent, his bulging muscles flexing under a thin, tight-fitting shirt that made looking away quite difficult. His skin was tanned, his eyes green, and his teeth snow-white and perfectly straight. When he smiled, little dimples showed on his cheeks. He was adorable and cute and utterly breathtaking. I'm having a heart attack, I murmured in Polish with a dumb grin stuck to my face. Okay, she's horny for somebody else already. This movie's gonna be hilarious. This movie is gonna be such a hot fucking mess. My friend stood hypnotized, unable to say a word. Hey there, I'm Attila, the young man said. May I take your bags? They look heavy. Can you take me instead? Olga asked, still in Polish, finally managing to find her voice. Meanwhile, Attila grabbed our things and skipped upstairs, vanishing inside the building. We stood there drooling for a little while. Okay, also very rude in front of the other guy that is hooking up with Olga. Need I remind you you're pregnant and heartbroken? Olga asked with a smirk. And you're still madly in love with Dominic, aren't you? I retorted. Besides, this one is a lot younger than us, isn't he? I guess so. When I last saw him, he was still a kid. He must have been 15 back then. So now he's about 20. She nodded, satisfied with calculations. He was kind of pretty as a teenager, but damn, this is just ridiculous. And we're about to live under one roof. She moaned quietly. Ew. After taking our last bag, Istvan returned to us, took the keys to Olga's car, and drove it down a ramp to an underground garage. Olga, Attila, and I walked inside through the main entrance. The house was beautiful. A grand old staircase greeted us from a wide hall leading to a massive living room. It took up the entire ground floor. The space was classical with wooden furniture and floors as well as a stonework fireplace. It was all warm, discreet colors that made it seem cozy despite its size. There were animal skins on the floor, a lot of knickknacks, and no plants at all. The house had been decorated by men, and it showed. It's late, but would you like a drink? Attila asked, uncorking a carafe and pouring something into a glass. He sipped and sent me a questioning look with those big green eyes of his. It reminded me of Massimo. The same manly stare, the same quick movement on the tongue across the lips. Okay, girl, seriously. I can't. I'm pregnant, I said, certain that the child would act as an effective deterrent. Oh, that's wonderful. How far along? He asked, genuinely interested. I'll order. I'll, I'll order you tea and some dinner. What would you like? We have a housekeeper. Her name is Bori. Bore. Bori. You can call her by dialing 0 on any phone around the property. She's a great cook and she's been with us for 15 years. I wasn't hungry, just tired, exhausted even. The last 24 hours had been hard. What do you bet, like, Massimo's gonna be here by the morning? Like, I'm honestly surprised he hasn't caught up with them yet. Also, how much of the book are we gonna waste with this misunderstanding bullshit? Because I'm already over it. I'm extremely fucking over it. I'm sorry, but I'm on my last legs. I'd like to sleep if that's okay. Attila put down his glass and took my hand before leading me upstairs. I was a bit taken aback by his directness, but his touch wasn't unpleasant, so I didn't resist. He took me to the second floor and opened one of the rooms for me. This will be your bedroom, he said, flicking the lights on. I'll take care of you. Everything's going to be okay, Laura. This is getting creepy. He trailed off, looked me in the eyes, and planted a delicate kiss on my cheek. Pulling away, he traced a finger across it. I shivered, feeling uneasy. Massimo's gonna shoot this guy. As if I were some. I pulled away, feeling uneasy, as if I were somehow cheating on Massimo. You are! I took a step back, retreated deeper into the room. Thank you, good night, I whispered and closed the door. The next day, as I woke up, my hand instinctively reached over the bed, trying to find my husband. Massimo, I breathed, feeling my eyes tear up. My mom had told me you can't cry. Here we go. My mom had told me you can't cry when you're pregnant, or the child will be whiny. But I didn't care much for her superstitions. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's bullshit. I'm pretty sure that is complete fucking bullshit. Like, oh my god. Yeah, I'm with Deacon on that. Yeah, because I've never heard this. I'm not saying it doesn't exist as a superstition somewhere. It probably does, but I've never heard this. And seriously, what the fuck? I stayed in bed, crying, rolling from side to side. The pain I was in started surfacing only when I dealt with the exhaustion. It was slowly dawning on me that this was real, that it had all happened. My despair was overwhelming. My stomach knotted. I didn't want to live alone, not without him. How could I? Without his touch, his smell. I loved him so much it hurt. Okay, I'm sorry, this is so unwarranted. Like, I covered my head with a pillow and wailed like a wounded animal. There was nothing I needed more than to just despair. Disappear. Tears are like good friends, I heard a voice saying behind me. Olga told me what happened. Remember, sometimes it's easier to get something off your chest when speaking to someone you don't know. It's gonna be the kid. Why is he putting moves on the pregnant women? Does he have a fetish for pregnant women? Like, because his dad's hooking up with Olga, so he assumes that the other one is just for him? Like, what the hell is going on? I lifted the pillow from my face and looked at Attila, who was sitting on the edge of the bed holding a cup of tea, wearing only sweatpants. He was so adorable, so concerning and caring. I'm sorry. You're gonna walk into you're walking into someone's bedroom unannounced, uninvited, and you're not wearing a shirt sitting on her bed. Like, what in the actual fuck? I heard a noise, so I decided to pay you a visit. I can leave if you want, but if you'd like me to stay, I can just sit here with you for a while. I watched him in silence, and he smiled, sipping his tea. My mother always told me, there will be others. You're pregnant, and that may complicate things a bit, but remember that everything happens for a reason. You might think that I'm being cruel, but I believe you know that I'm right. What in the actual Yeah, no, there's more. Yeah, they've been closed since early this morning. I know. Again, yeah, this kid is 20 years old. Like, no 20-year-old is acting like this. He's going to be freaked out by the pregnant lady because it's freaky and weird and he doesn't know anything about it and he's 20. Yeah, no, it's just not even, it's not even possible. I wiped away the moisture from my cheeks and pulled myself higher up the bed, resting my back against the wall. I took Attila's cup and sipped. You drink your tea just as I like it, with milk, I said. Nope, I just sipped the tea Olga prepared for you. It's nearly 2 already. You've been asleep more than 12 hours. My dad grew worried. He booked you a visit with his he booked you a visit at his buddy's clinic. He's a gynecologist. I'll take you to him when you're ready. What is it with random men just ordering this woman to go see a gynecologist? This is like the third time this is happening. And also, who does that? Who does that? And I mean the guy that Olga's definitely boinking. Like, who goes, oh, the pregnant lady that just like flew in from Italy is tired and sleeping a lot. Oh, let me book her an appointment without asking her. Like, what in the actual, what the, thank you, Attila. You'll make someone a very happy woman someday. The young Hungarian turned and sent me a curious look. I sincerely doubt that, he replied with a slight smile. I'm 100% certified gay. Okay, that explains some things. But still, put on a shirt! My eyes widened and I must have made the craziest expression as Attila burst out in uncontrolled laughter. Jesus, what a loss to the women of the world, I groaned. Isn't it? He grinned. I once tried girls, but being bi isn't me. I'm just not interested in vaginas. You women are beautiful, and you have better taste in footwear, but I simply like men more. Large, burly, and muscular. Who who talks like this to a total stranger? Okay, okay, I get it. I cut him off. Attila got up and swayed his hips for me. What the? Attila got up and swayed his hips for me. But you can always watch. I don't mind. Then he added, now come on, Lara, we're leaving. Okay, she's still being treated exactly how Massimo treated her. It's just a different guy doing it. Seriously, how is this ridiculous side plot still going on? Like, it needs to end because I'm sick of it and it's boring. I washed myself, put on some clothes, and went downstairs. Olga was standing by the kitchen counter, wrapped in Esteban's arms. They didn't even notice my arrival. She was coquettish, stretching slowly, and excuse me, inclining her head, exposing her neck, while he bit his lips in silence. Good morning, I said, putting the empty cup into the sink. They didn't seem, excuse me, they didn't seem phased at all, instead greeting me without taking eyes off each other. What are you doing? I asked Olga in Polish, grabbing a sweet roll from the counter. Esteban smiled, hearing our native tongue, and he left us alone. What do you mean? We were talking. Telepathically? Without words? What the fuck is your problem, Laura? She barked, irritated, and took a seat on the counter. You were in love a few days ago. Forgot about that? Our lives look completely different a few days ago. I can't be with Dominic anymore. Not when you're not with Massimo. So what? Am I going to cry after the guy for the rest of my life and live in celibacy, thinking about all the good times we had? Okay, I'm sorry, but the friend is absolutely the worst. She has gone from like being the best to the worst. Yeah, Deacon is right. There's no. The sweet roll reminded you of Skyrim. Okay. There is nothing redeemable about any of these characters. Like again, who are we supposed to be rooting for in this? Who are you supposed to hope gets a happy ending? Like, and not that kind of happy ending. But like, seriously, who are we supposed to have any connection with or like? Because I don't like any of these people. They're all just the worst. I dropped my head and took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I said, trying to hold back tears. Oh, darling, she purred, hugging me. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. Massimo fucked up our lives. Okay, apparently she's back to, yeah, he cheated, ignoring the Facebook message. She wiped away my tears and continued, I'm just not going to wallow in pain forever. I'd like to forget it as soon as possible, and that's my advice for you too. Attila arrived at that point and we stopped talking. He was wearing a melange gray, oversized sweatpants and a beige t-shirt with a deep stretched out neckline. His feet were black Air Max sneakers and he clutched a black leather jacket. He pushed a pair of shades up his nose and smiled brightly, displaying his perfect teeth. Ready? You've got to be kidding. I'm not leaving like this, Olga cried and ran straight upstairs. Give me 5 minutes. I, on the other hand, didn't intend to change clothes. I felt good in my emus, skinny jeans, and loosely knitted oversized sweater. I put on my favorite smoky aviators and glanced at my watch. What do you bet there's a tracker in the watch? My belly flashed with pain. I clutched at it with one hand, leaning over the kitchen counter with the other. Oh, now we're going to say she's actually having complications and needs to go to the doctor after that was already done. See, this would be the moment where you go, I'm calling my friend who's a gynecologist cuz pregnant lady in pain is bad. This would be the moment to do that. What's happening, Laura? Attila asked with a worried expression, stepping closer and holding me up by the elbow. Nothing, I replied faintly. As soon as I think about Massimo, I feel this strange pain. It's like the child misses its father. Okay, I'm sorry. Is she giving birth to the demon baby from Charmed? Like, this is beyond dumb and not how babies work. I raised my eyes and looked at the young man. I know it's stupid. Incredibly so. I wouldn't be so sure. I had my wisdom teeth pulled some time ago. The sore spots mended quickly, but I felt pain for months after the teeth had been extracted. Uh, then you should have seen someone about that, because you're either fucked in the head or it went horribly wrong. It's called phantom pain, so you know everything's possible. That's not how phantom pain works. That's not how anything works. Squatted by the counter and let out a short laugh. Right, same story here. I'm back, Olga announced, running down the stairs. Fall in Hungary is a lot more beautiful than in Poland. And warmer, too. It was nearly November, but the temperature outside was a balmy 53 degrees Fahrenheit. We drove through the historical center of Budapest, delighting in the rich variety of architectural styles. Attila was driving slowly and surely. His blue Audi A5 gracefully cruised along the crowded streets of the Hungarian capital. See, that's another thing in these terrible novels. They always have to identify the exact make and model of the cars. And anytime a song is playing, we must be told the title of the song and who wrote it. We reached our destination in 30 minutes. Attila stepped out and opened the doors for us before leading us to the private clinic of his father's friend. This is creepy on so many levels. We entered. The young receptionist straightened out, seeing the Hungarian, and flashed her best smile, responding eagerly to his questions. A moment later, we were in my new gynecologist's office. So, what, you're planning to stay here for the rest of your pregnancy? Is everything all right? Olga called out, jumping to her feet as soon as I left the examination room. Not really. They've run some tests and I'll get the results tomorrow. The doctor told me to lie down, don't do anything tiring, and avoid nervous situations. Fuck me, Olga. I'll go crazy just laying around. Okay, yeah, bed rest does suck. Taking a stretch break. Because, yeah, I had a friend get stuck on bed rest. For how long was it? It was a little over 4 months. And she was a very, very, very active person. Former competitive dancer and gymnast. So used to being very, very active. And so for her to just lay in bed all day, every day, like she was going fucking nuts. She did come from money though, so her father's solution to this was to basically buy like half of Best Buy and put it in her room. He bought her like a big TV that had like all the streaming and got her a DVD player, and then every day would like bring her like 5 or 6 new DVDs, and he bought her an Xbox too that I don't think she ever actually used because she wasn't a gamer. But he bought her like an Xbox and a PlayStation. I think it was a PlayStation 3 at the time, and like tons of games. And yeah, basically he just filled her room up with like entertainment. And oh, and that's right. Switch had just like come out, I think, or was Switch even out? No, probably not. Or Switch might have been brand new. Whatever the current Nintendo system handhelds, bought her one of those that she did use, and I gave her some tips on that. But that was his solution for keeping her entertained. But it was still hard. She actually, and we think this is because we kind of figure this is because like she was so bored, and her body was just like craving moving around. She started sleepwalking towards the end, not at first, but for like the last month or so, she started sleepwalking. But everything went fine. She had a very healthy baby girl. Also, she proved that nobody gets to say vegetarians have small babies because hers was 9 pounds 3 ounces. That's not small. But everyone was telling her because she was veggie that she was gonna have a small baby. Uh. Oh, that's better. Ugh. Yeah, 9 pounds. That's big. I mean, I know one person in my family who actually had a baby bigger than that, but that was her third. Uh, don't you worry about anything, Attila chimed in. Now come, we'll buy you a Langos. It's a local specialty. Then we'll go home. We'll all lie around together. It's going to be fine. He wrapped his arms around me. Olga grabbed my hand. Fine, we'll lie down then. We're all pregnant with you, she said with a laugh and planted a kiss on my forehead and led me back to the car. They got me an unbelievably greasy but delicious cheese and garlic flatbread. Okay, that actually sounds good. And then we went back home, where I changed into a sweatsuit and got into bed. A moment later, the door opened and Istvan entered my room. I spoke with my friend, the doctor. Okay, so we're just foregoing all medical privacy, I'm assuming, he said, taking a seat in an armchair by the bed. I hope you won't hold it against me, but I'm worried about you. I know it's a high-risk pregnancy. Okay, so we're throwing that in. And I'll do my best for you to feel as comfortable as possible here. So apparently this guy is just chill with these two women moving into his house with no explanation for like however long. So don't worry about a thing. I'll install Polish TV today. That laptop by the bed has access to the internet and it's yours. If you need anything, books, newspapers, anything, just say a word and I'll get it for you. Okay, like seriously, how is this any different than the life she just lived? I looked at him with a grateful smile. Why are you doing all this for me? You barely know me. Besides, I've shown up out of the blue on the run from the Sicilian mob, pregnant. I'm going to be nothing but trouble for you. Oh, it's simple. I love your friend and she loves you. Okay, and we know Olga's gonna end up with Dominic. Like, is this guy gonna end up, like, getting caught in some crossfire or something? His hand stroked my arm briefly. Ew, creepy. Then he got up and left, passing Olga on his way. Surprise visit, my friend exclaimed, skipping into the room and putting a mug of cocoa on the nightstand by the bed. You didn't tell me what the doctor said. Well, the most important thing is that the baby already looks like a human being. It weighs about as much as a spoonful of sugar. It knows when I'm happy. The hormones my body produces make it happy too. Is that actually true? Too bad it's the same when I'm pissed. So according to the doctor, I should be happy as a clam all the time. That is not how anything fucking works. I'm calling bullshit on everything that was just said. Why do I have hiccups? What else? It's got little feet and hands. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry, but no, it fucking doesn't. Not at 2 goddamn months, it doesn't. No. I have seen the pictures of like how the baby grows throughout gestation. This kid, no, it does not have feet or hands yet. Not even fucking close. It does not look like a human being yet. It doesn't look like anything yet. Because keep in mind, at absolute best, she is like 2 months, maybe 2.5 months pregnant if you really, really want to push it. So, no, none of that is true. Like a little human, but it's only a few inches long. Is it even a few inches at that point? I think that's true. But it doesn't have hands or feet yet. Not like that. As it's a high-risk pregnancy, the doctor will come here every few days and run tests. In what delusional world is that happening? And run tests like an ultrasonogram. I'm sorry, did it just translate and put 2 words into one? Because a sonogram is a thing and ultrasound is a thing, but I have never heard of an ultrasonogram. Cerebellum, you want to back me here, or am I wrong? Isn't, and it's all one word. Just to be clear, it is all one word, ultrasonogram. I mean, at best, I can say, like, maybe they just call it that in Europe. I'm going to check that with a European person that I know in the morning. They're asleep right now because it's 5 a.m. there, but I'm gonna check with them. I should probably stay at the hospital, but since Esteban is his friend, I can stay here. That is not, if you need to be in a hospital, there it's not out of somebody being your friend. It's because you need extensive monitoring and a bunch of people around in case something goes wrong. I paused, remembering something. By the way, you do know he loves you. He said as much a minute ago. Olga lay down by my feet, hiding her face in her hands. Jesus, I know, but I just don't care. I love Dominic. Her friend really is the worst. She is just the worst. You've never heard it called that, Sarah Vellum? Yeah, neither have I. I think I honestly, I think the translator just couldn't parse it, so it just jammed the words ultrasound and sonogram together. Istvan sure is sexy and sure. He's caring, good, and handsome, and he has a gorgeous dick. Again, never heard any woman describe any guy's dick as gorgeous, beautiful, any of that crap. Erotic books do it all the time. Have never in my life heard an actual real woman do this. How much longer is this garbage? Like, I want to flip ahead and just see where Massimo's name reappears, so I know how much longer this bullshit's gonna go on, because it's going on for all the some time. Like, we've had like 15 pages of this bullshit side adventure that's all going to amount to nothing. She's gonna wind up back with him. It's all gonna be hand waved away. We're gonna wind up right back where we were before any of this started. So what in the actual fuck? I won't skip ahead. I promised I would keep this blind, but this has got to end. See, thank you, Sarah Vellum. I thought I was remembering that right, and I was. Yeah, a 2-month-old baby would be a bean shape with arm and leg buds. Yes, it doesn't even have arms and legs yet. It sure as fuck doesn't have hands and feet. Like, no, this is so. Ugh. And like, you can Google that shit in like 0.1 seconds. All right, Deacon, take care. Cuddle the kitty, listen to music. She trailed off, biting her lip. But there's no chemistry between us, not like there used to be. I remember when I first met him. It was July. I went on vacation to Lake Balaton, and you were with that guy who owned a restaurant then. Powell, I think. And he was your whole world, remember? Anyway, I rented an apartment in Suffolk and went out at night going from club to club, and I couldn't find a place I really liked. So I bought a bottle of rosé and a pack of cigarettes and just sat on the curb, still dressed like a fucking diva, and lounged around watching people. I must have looked like a hooker, but that's why he noticed me. Or maybe I was just too sober and still looked like $1,000,000. Anyway, he was walking by with his friends and turned around to have a better look at me as they were passing by. Yeah, he thought you were a whore, and you are, and he picked you up. Like, our eyes met, and we stared at each other for a long time like some crazy couple, and Istvan walked straight into a guy. I didn't even get up when he disappeared into the crowd. A couple of minutes later, he was back standing right in front of me. First, I saw his expensive biker boots, then the tattered jeans with that enormous bulge in the crotch. That giant dick of his. Why? Her face went all dreamy again before she continued. Then I lifted my eyes and took in his muscular body and his hypnotic stare. I don't think I could write this bad if I tried. He took the cigarette out of my mouth, sat right next to me, and smoked it himself. Then he took a swig of my wine and got back up and left. I was fucking shocked. What the hell was that supposed to be, I thought. But I stayed put. 5 minutes later, he was back. He sat down on the curb, placed a bottle of his own wine on the ground, and pulled out a pocket knife. He opened the bottle and said, "If you're going to remember Hungary by its wines, you have to start drinking better ones. But I'm going to make sure the wine won't be the only thing you remember." That's not like creepy and threatening at all. And just like that, I was his. Well, we know she's into creepy aggressive guys, just like Laura. They have a type. He talked through the night, sitting on the curb, and we had breakfast and went to the beach. And you won't believe me, but we did nothing more. The next day we met for dinner at a place he picked, and we talked and talked for hours. In the end, I thanked him for the 2 wonderful nights and just ran. Wait, what? I asked, surprised. Okay, so this is a guy she knew for 2 fucking days 5 years ago? Like, I thought this was someone she had been in, like, a long-term relationship with, but they broke up. Why did you do that? He was perfect. Too perfect. And I was young. I agree with her on the too perfect, and yeah, probably smart to run if you're getting that vibe. Olga replied with a sadness I'd rarely heard from her. I didn't trust myself, and I couldn't control my feelings. And I just got scared that I'd fall in love. But don't worry. Esteban didn't give up so easily, she raised her hand, stemming my questions. I left the restaurant and headed off towards my apartment. It was just a few blocks away. When I reached the door, I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. I got turned around, pushed against the wall, and then I felt lips on my lips. Yeah, that's consensual. But hey, that's Massimo's move too. Like we said, they have a type. Okay, I need to get something to put water in, but I don't currently have anything. So I'm stealing a small amount of lemonade because my throat is killing me. Oh, they're so sour. Like, it's good, but it's so sour. That was an excellent choice for this. It was the greatest kiss in my life. When he pulled away, he said, "You forgot to say goodbye." And he turned around and was about to walk away. What was I supposed to do? I ran after him, straight into his arms. That's more or less how we spent the next week, in each other's arms. Then we drove to Budapest, and it turned out he was rich, divorced, and had a son. It was all too much for me, so I ran again. He told me he understood, but he wouldn't forgive me or ever accept that I wasn't his anymore. He called me, visited me in Warsaw a couple times. So this guy's been aggressively stalking her for 5 years. He wouldn't forgive her or ever accept that I wasn't his anymore. Okay, we haven't highlighted enough, and I don't care saying it. I'm highlighting this. Oh. I stared at my friend, enchanted by the way she was telling her story. There was So much emotion in her voice. So much passion. Why didn't you tell me that before? It's so sweet. I smiled at her, maybe a bit ironically, and she immediately retaliated by smacking me on the head with a pillow. That's why, bitch. You were going to make fun of me. Talking about feelings and shit is not my style. But I can tell you all about how I spent a week with his dick in my mouth. I guarantee it's an even better story. We had to get gross right at the end, because that's the end of the chapter. I wasn't sure we'd make it to chapter 6, but we have. We still got like 45 minutes left, so. Oh. Oh, we have to do the other duck before I forget, because I will forget. I gotta take one of these off to do the duck. All right, our second and so far last duck of the evening. Oh, also reminder, I haven't done a shout out reminder. For $10, you too can sponsor any one of these rando ducks, or for 15, any of these painted ducks. There's lots of painted ducks that I worked very hard on. Please specify which painted duck so I know. Don't make me guess. But yes, if you would like a painted duck, please sponsor and tell me what you would like to name it. All right, Bago Ducks. Ah, don't pull the headphone wires. Bago Ducks. Okay, eyes closed, head back, hand in the bag. Oh, ducks. I always feel bad for the ones stuck at the bottom. Okay, this one. Ooh, feels like it has ears. What is this? Oh, court jester duck. I like the hat. Check out that. He's got a plus sign hat. Look, this is cute. Aw. It's very cute. So, we have court jester duck. All right, so Dale, you're up. What's the name? Oh, I've got some. Oh, something popped into my head that now I want to name it. But you get first dibs. All right, so we will put our court jester duck right here in our pride of place for the evening. Just to put it out there, the name that comes to my mind is Autolycus. If you know, you know. I would have to look up how to spell it. I don't know who you're referencing, persnickety, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right. Chapter 6. It's a long one. There's no way we're getting through it. Oh yeah, it's 40 pages long. We're not. Autolycus. It's Bruce Campbell's character from Hercules and Xena. And he was always the comic relief, the goofy sidekick, and the spike thing that the is wearing reminded me of his outfit, and that he is kind of like a court jester type character. He's the comic relief, he's a bit of a cartoon, you know, he always is cracking a joke. I spent the next hours, days, and weeks in bed. It's been weeks. I'm sorry, we're going this route. Seriously, how much of this goddamn book is going to be her being away from him? Like, is the actor who plays Massimo only in like 10% of the second movie? I want to flip ahead so fucking bad right now. I need to know where this bullshit ends. Olga and Attila kept me company. Esteban joined at times. We played games, read books, and watched TV and just hung out, getting used to one another. A bit like siblings. My test results came in and were getting better by the day. I grew calmer, too. I can't say I was happy. There was no day I didn't think about Massimo, but at least I could live without him. I'm amazed he hasn't found her by now, like seriously. I called my mom, switching numbers each time. Thank God my phone had caller ID blocking so she didn't know I was changing them all the time. And she would never call me first. She always waited for me to do it. Because that's not weird at all. Fall came and went. It was December. So it's been months. It has been months. Like, is he gonna find her and she's gonna go into labor because it's gonna have been that fucking long? My mood was declining steadily. I grew too large for my clothes, even though my belly was still smaller than I'd anticipated. Like, seriously, it's been, like, months. This is, what the actual fuck? Olga was fighting with herself while Istvan was fighting with her reluctance. One day, the conversation that couldn't be avoided finally came. It's time for us to go back to Poland, Laura. Either way, we need to move out of here, Olga said, sitting by the kitchen counter one morning as I was having breakfast. Yeah, because he's pushing her to be in a relationship and she's going to run, which is her full right to do, but the kid is okay now. You're feeling well. Nobody's following us or looking for us. They're definitely still looking. It's been really 2 months. Let's go back. Okay, so now at least we have a timeline. It's been 2 months. I was glad she'd proposed that. We both miss Poland, our parents and friends. Okay, like Massimo doesn't have people waiting there, just waiting for you to come back. Like, Hungary was gorgeous, but we were only ever going to remain as guests. We couldn't overstay our welcome. I would say 2 months is over. You're right. Did you tell Istvan? Yeah, we talked through the night. He understands. I have made him realize we weren't going to be together forever, no matter what. I think he's accepted that. We'll see about that. Attila appeared in the kitchen and gave me his now customary great hug and smooch on the forehead. How's my favorite mommy doing? He asked. The fact that he was gay made it easier for me to get closer to him. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. He might have been one of the most handsome men I'd ever known, but I treated him like a brother. I'm feeling well enough to tell you that we're leaving, I said, reciprocating his embrace. He jumped back, his face suddenly filled with anger, and he rounded the corner, slamming his hands onto it and shouting, You can't just leave now. You can't leave me here alone. Besides, you can't change doctors again. What if you start feeling worse in Poland? Who's going to take care of you? I won't allow it. You're not going anywhere. I told you this guy was secret creepy. But also, what in the actual fuck? Like, I know changing doctors probably not the best idea, but they have this thing called transferring the records. Like, again, what in the actual fuck? He slammed his hands on the counter again and pinned me with a furious glare. His reaction left me short for words. This abrupt change that had transformed a cute boy into a totalitarian lunatic, unwilling to part with his possessions, shocked me. Stop acting like a prick, Attila, Olga barked, getting up. You don't yell at us. There's nothing worse than a handsome man acting like a total douchebag. We're not leaving you. We're going back to our country. You can come and visit. It's not like we're from Canada. Hey! Bite me! And also keep my country's name out of your mouth. We can see each other every week if you'd like that. Besides, there are a lot of beautiful boys for you in Warsaw. I pushed myself to my feet and walked over to him, cuddling against his muscular torso. I'm not going near the sudden rage outburst guy. Now, Godzilla, don't get so angry, I said placatingly. You can come with us if you'd like, but we have to go home. I patted him on the back and went upstairs. Just like I'd predicted, I didn't have to wait long for my new gay brother until my new gay brother stormed into my room. He slammed the door behind him, stomping across the room, grabbed me by the throat with his muscular arm, shoved me into the wall. Okay, so he's exactly like Massimo, because that's Massimo's signature move. And what the actual fuck is this? Seriously, what the actual fuck? There are no good men in these books. They're just none. Every guy is this guy. Why go to all the trouble of writing this now like 40 fucking page long side trip into Nowhereville if we're just gonna make the guy act exactly like Massimo? Just leave her with Massimo, avoid all this garbage and useless characters, and have him do it. It's the same fucking thing. And also, what in the actual fuck? Shove me into the wall. I felt the familiar tickling sensation in my stomach. So she's getting turned on by the violence. Only Massimo had ever treated me like that. Attila's tongue pushed its way into my mouth. His body stuck to mine. So now we're violently sexually assaulting the pregnant woman. I think my brain is short-circuiting. I closed my eyes, feeling like I'd gone back in time. Our tongues danced around each other as his strong, large hands gently cupped my face. His soft lips clung to mine, hot, passionate, and wild. Attila, I whispered, shocked, pulling my head back. What are you doing? You said you really believed I was gay. I knew he was lying. I knew he was lying. I knew he was fucking lying. I didn't want to say it, but I knew it. And what the actual fuck? Who plays that for weeks, months, and why? Also, fucking why? Like, yeah, obviously he thought the two were a package deal, that Olga was for his dad and Laura was for him. Exactly what I said. But what in the actual fuck? Like, did Olga say, yeah, we're coming to you as sex slaves and you get to keep us forever? Like, what? I do not understand any of this. He asked, his tongue tracing a line down my neck. I'm as straight as it gets, Laura. I've wanted you since I first saw you. I adore your smell. I love watching you when you sleep. Oh, he's gone full Edward Cullen. He is full Edward with the watching her while she sleeps. He is going full Edward. Twilight catching strays. When you wake up, I love the way you cross your legs. When you wake up, I love the way you cross your legs when you brush your teeth or you bite your lip reading books or when you're deep in thought. He sighed. Oh God, how I want you. Okay, dude, that doesn't mean she wants you. She is still married and pregnant by another guy. Like, what in the actual... I was so shocked his words didn't reach me at first. I didn't understand. And his tongue inching its way across my skin wasn't making anything easier. How about you shove him away and tell him to stop? But I'm pregnant, I said, and married to a mafioso who's going to kill this guy. Don't you understand? I pushed him away. I treated you like a brother, kid. You pretended to be gay so you could what? Sneak up to me one night and fuck me? Jesus, that's twisted. Yes. I said he was a creep from the beginning. With rising fury, I stepped to the door and opened it. Get the fuck out. He didn't react. I screamed, Get the fuck out of here, Attila. Olga, the ever-loyal pit bull, appeared out of nowhere and stopped in the doorway. What's going on? Why are you shouting? No reason. Pack your things now. We're leaving. Unable to hide her concern, Olga shot a glance at me and then at Attila. Having received no other explanation, she turned around and left for her room. Oh yeah, just leave her alone with him, still there, after she screamed at him to get out. Yeah, that's being a pit bull. Ay. 2 hours later, we were ready to leave. Olga spent a long time saying goodbye to Istvan, who didn't look happy with our departure at all. I don't know how she thanked him for being such a generous, gracious host, but when they left his room, he had a whole satisfied expression. Yeah, we know what she did. I kissed him on the cheeks, and he embraced me in a fatherly gesture, keeping me in his arms for a long time. I liked him. He made me feel calm and safe, and unlike his son, he wasn't harboring any ill intentions. You don't know that. Thank you, I said, finally pulling away. Call me when you get there. After our falling out, Attila had left the house and didn't return. I felt bad, but at the same time I was so unbearably angry with him that my distress balanced out. All in all, his absence might have been for the best. The road to Poland was long, too long. With our sudden departure, we hadn't worked out where to stay. It dawned on us halfway. I've got an idea. Guess what it is, Olga said. Probably some very pricey hotel. I think we had the same one at the same time. You were thinking we couldn't stay at your place, weren't you? Sure, but I figured that out days ago. I have another idea now. Sent her a searching look. Been thinking about this for some time now, and I decided it won't do us any good to be constantly on the run. He'll find you whether you want it or not. This is true. Besides, darling, there are ways to get things between you in order, you know. And fucking up your entire life only because Massimo is a bastard gets you nowhere. You've had time to rest and recuperate now. I'm not telling you to call him, but let's just stop worrying about them finding us. We'll be in Poland, not Sicily. He's pretty powerless here. In Poland, he's just another pimped up Italian hunk, not a mob boss everyone tries to please. that is not as true as she is pretending that it is. I listened in silence, wondering where this was going. I was slowly beginning to accept that she was right. I had acted like a totally egotistic idiot. Correct. My escape had nothing to do with Olga, and she had every right to be fed up with this whole situation. Nobody is keeping her there. You're right. I acceded. There's a word. Not even sure that is a word. But I don't want to go back to my flat. We'll stay at the hotel I used to work for. It's downtown. We'll look for something more appropriate then. We have the money. It's only a matter of picking a spot. I'd like to live in Willano. Not the new projects, though. A bit further away. It's calm there. Quiet. Close to the center. And the clinic's just a stone's throw away. Powell Ome will hook me up with a good gynecologist and work his magic so I don't die of pain during childbirth. Okay, I almost said it before, but I'm saying that this doctor that she knows so well is a total Dr. Feelgood. I can see you've already planned all this. Yes, absolutely, but only like a minute ago, I shrugged. It was late evening when we reached Warsaw. Before we arrived, I had called Natalie, a colleague I used to work with, and asked her to book me a room under her name. I didn't want to run anymore, but I wasn't going to make it easy for my husband to find me by booking it under my own. The closer we got to our destination, the more tired we were getting. And I had taken over driving all the way back at the border and immediately started speeding, in desperate need of a good night's sleep and wanting to get home as soon as possible. The ring road around Warsaw was empty, and I exceeded the speed limit. An instant later, I noticed the twinkling lights of a police patrol car in my rearview mirror. They pulled us over. Shit, it's the police, I said. Olga turned to look through the window, completely unfazed. How fast were you going? I don't know, really, but fast. You couldn't even look at a speedometer, really? That's all right. We'll spin some sob story and they'll let us go. We tried and failed. After 15 minutes of trying to explain my pregnancy, the long road behind us, and the foul mood we were both in, the officers gave us a hefty fine and slapped some penalty points on my account. All right, so he's gonna have access to the ticket with her name on it, and that's how he's gonna find her, right? That in itself wasn't anything I felt particularly bad about, but they did write down my name and check it in the database. Massimo would get his hands on that information for sure. Yep, he'd know where I was. Maybe I was getting paranoid, but I had to assume he had access to police databases. When we finally reached the hotel, I paid for a week up front and we went to sleep. I found a place for us 3 days later that wasn't located where I wanted, but the place was so gorgeous I just had to rent it. Spending all this money for nothing because as soon as he gets there, he's just going to drag her back to Italy. The owner wanted us to sign a contract, but I couldn't have that. I paid for 6 months in advance and offered a large security deposit to boot. He was happy with that arrangement. The flat was situated close to Martin's, my ex's apartment, but I knew he'd probably give me a wide berth if we ever saw each other again. So we moved in, Olga and me. And after long weeks, more weeks, seriously, he's going to find her like as she's giving birth, I swear to God, because we are speed running through this pregnancy. Again, what is the point of. I can't look ahead. God damn it. Motherfucker. I swear, if we get to like the last like this much before he finds her, if there is like this goddamn much more of them being apart, I'm gonna die. We after long weeks, we had our own place. Okay, so maybe time didn't totally jump there, but still, like this is stupid. It was a great spot, too large for the two of us, but that wasn't a problem. A massive living room with an adjacent kitchen took up nearly half the total space. Then there were 3 bedrooms and a large closet, 2 bathrooms, and a little lavatory. Okay, why you don't need a place that big? Like seriously, that is at least twice the size you fucking need. Like just rent a house if you're gonna. We couldn't organize any parties or anything, but better to be safe than sorry. The extra space might come in handy. It was Tuesday. We were sitting on a long couch in the living room, staring dumbly at the TV. I need to go to my parents for a while, Olga said. A day or two tops. I'll also drop by your folks. Tell them you're doing super okay. I'm going to leave in the morning. Mom called me earlier today. I've got to go. Sure thing, I replied. So as soon as Olga's gone, that's when Massimo's going to find her. I just I'll just keep doing what I've been doing the last couple of weeks, lying around watching movies. Ugh. Okay, I'm stealing more lemonade because it's all I've got. That got out of my nose. Ugh. Ugh. So sour. Olga left the next morning, and I was instantly overcome by loneliness. I grabbed my laptop and scanned through the cinema lineups. There were so many movies I wanted to watch. I bought 2 tickets for 2 separate screenings, one after the other. I spent about 5 hours at the cinema. After all, what difference did it make if I stayed in bed at home or in a seat at the cinema? Well, you're pushing the definition there. When my movie marathon ended, also, I guarantee you could have stayed at home and like streamed whatever is shitting. I caught a cab and returned to Willino. I turned the key in the door to my apartment and heard the TV chattering from inside. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. What did I say? As soon as Olga leaves, he's going to find her, of course. Was Olga back already? No. I went in and headed towards the sound. It was dark. The gloom was illuminated only by the faint glow of the TV, because sitting in the dark is the signature of bad guys waiting for their prey to come home. And it's not the first time he's done it. This is the second time. My eyes wandered, finally focusing on the screen. I froze. This was some kind of nightmare. The screen was divided in two halves. The first depicted the CCTV recording from Massimo's study, where he was fucking Anna. The second was showing some sort of meeting taking place at the garden back in the mansion. This is because he brought proof saying, I was the one in the meeting. This is my brother fucking Anna. It wasn't me. He brought the security tapes to prove it to her. I collapsed on the couch, trying not to faint. Someone paused the recording. The film stopped. I took a deep breath. He was here. I closed my eyes. Like, how? Of course, it's what. So dumb. I'm glad that this is ending, though. I'm very glad that this, whatever the fuck waste of time. What do you bet? Like, either all of that is cut out of the movie, or it's reduced to like 30 seconds. Like, it would not surprise me at all if just all of that is completely cut out of the movie because it's pointless, it's useless. Do we think we're ever going to see those two characters ever again? Massimo, if you take a close look at what's happening on the left side, you'll notice a birthmark on my brother's buttock. Oh, so they told apart, but only if naked. I do not have a birthmark there. His voice resonated in the room. If, however, you look at the right side of the screen, you'll see that at the same time I was sitting in the garden entertaining my guests from Milan. I was so close to bursting out in tears. I could hear his voice. They're immediately going to fuck like crazy. I almost said we might get through this whole night because there's only 20 minutes left. We might get through this whole night without a sex scene, but this is going to be it, and it's going to be a doozy. I could hear his voice, smell his scent. I did not listen to his words, though. What? We're just taking dumb to a whole new level. Now, please, fucking tell me what the hell you were doing for the last 2 months. Massimo bellowed when I didn't react. Yeah, 'cause yell at her. That's a good thing to do right now. If you want to leave me, you say it. You don't get to run and hide. You treated me like your worst enemy, not your husband. Like you get to fucking... Oh, they're both terrible. And to make matters worse, you apparently decided I was a complete idiot. Do you think I would have cheated on you with someone I despise? Notice he didn't say, do you think I would ever cheat on you? He just said, cheat on you with someone I despise. The lights came on and Don Massimo stood up from the armchair and walked up to me. So he's literally just been sitting in the dark watching his brother fucking his ex. That's this guy. Sitting in the dark for God knows how long, watching his brother fuck his ex. Waiting to yell at his pregnant wife who ran from him. Hi. The lights came on and Don Massimo stood up from the armchair and walked up to me. I raised my head and looked him in the eyes. He was the most beautiful man on earth. In his black pants and dark turtleneck, he looked breathtaking. He stood still and pierced me with his ice-cold eyes. I had not felt the chill of his stare for such a long time. Excuse me. I made myself avert my eyes. The sight of him caused me physical pain. Instead, I looked at the TV. Bo, I hear you. Come here, puppy. You're okay. Come here. Come on, good boy. Come here. See, he always thinks he's in trouble if I call him, so he doesn't like to come. Bo, come on. It's okay. Come on, good boy. See, now you're just being a stubborn puppy. Bo, come here. Come here. Oh, there we are. I hear ears. Come on, you. There's my good boy. Yeah, there's my good boy. Hi, there you are. All right, we got to show the puppy. Which means I got to unhook for a minute. Come here. I know these scare you. I know. Come here. Come on. Up, up. That's a good boy. Come on. Come on. Up, up. Come on. You know you want to. There. Oh, yeah. Wow, he really wanted to. He's just right up. Yep. There we go. Oh, you're so pretty. You're so pretty. Yes, you're so pretty. We have puppy. Look, we have puppy. We have puppy, and it looks like I'm handcuffing his feet, but I swear I'm not. Puppy is not under arrest. Oh, yes, that's my good boy. That's my good boy. Yes, that's my good boy. I love you so much. I love you so much. Yes, I know. What are you doing, Mommy? You're silly. Yes, Mommy's being silly. You have stinky puppy breath. You have stinky puppy breath. Yes, you do. You have stinky puppy breath. But that's okay. Because you're a sweet puppy. Yes, you are. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes, yes. He's like, okay, I'm napping now. Napping now. You made me get off the couch, so I'm napping now. Mm-hmm. It's okay. You can go back to the couch. I'm just showing you to everybody because you're my sweetie. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes. Look how sweet this is. Look at this, sweetie. Look at this sweet little puppy. He's so sweet. Okay, I'm sorry I can't cuddle you more right now, but I will make it up to you, okay? I will make it up to you. Yes, I will. Okay, I might even feed you some cheese. Okay, there can maybe be some cheese. Cheese. Yeah, that makes the ears go up. He knows. He knows. He knows the important words. Mm-hmm. Yes, you know the important words, don't you? Don't you? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You know all the important words. Okay, say bye-bye. And sometimes he finds the volume down button and turns me down to 0, don't you? Don't you? Yes, you do. Yes, I know you say you don't do it on purpose, but I kind of think that you do. I think you do that on purpose. Yes, I think you do. Okay, say bye-bye. Bye-bye. I know. What am I doing? Touching your feet? Don't touch your feet. I know. I know. You're a don't touch my feet dog because Christian raised you that way. I know because he was a don't touch my feet dog, so he turned you into it. Because you are do anything to me as long as you're petting me, dog. Yes, you're so sleepy. You're so sleepy and stinky. Yeah, you really need a bath, dude. I'm sorry, but you aren't going to get a bath this week because you smell. You smell. He thinks that's a compliment. So warm. So warm. Love you so much. And you're so warm. Mm. Oh, don't worry. I'll snuggle you more in a minute, okay? Okay? Mwah. Love you, puppy. Say bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Sponsor a duck I'm allowed to eat. I'll carve you a duck out of cheese someday, okay? Someday I'll make you a cheese duck that you can eat. We should totally do that. We should give Bo a treat as an option. You should have like the $1 to $5 option. Feed the dog a treat. Okay, we got like 10 minutes left. I can get through whatever bullshit is about to happen because it's about to be a lot of bullshit. Like I seriously predict he's about to kidnap her again, basically. Instead, I looked at the TV. Massimo pressed play again. Everything he told me was true. It all became clear. He rewound the tape and I saw him getting up from the table and walking to his study where his brother was making love to Anna. I was going to throw up. I had not felt this bad in my entire life. I fucked up. I had made a mistake and it had cost us both dearly. My mouth didn't want to open. Okay, she is not entirely to blame for this, but she has a lot to blame for this. What could I say? Was there anything that could make things better? Hadrian left, Massimo said after a while, and he took Anna with him. I think she's happy with him. The truce between our families has been officially established, and I'm sure now that you'll be safe. Yeah, it's definitely going to be Anna and his brother who are the bad guys in the end. I said they were going to team up too. I called that. Yeah, they're going to try and take out Massimo and Laura so that together they can rule both families. That's what it's going to be. He sat back down in the armchair. Now, pack your things. We're going back to Sicily. I can't leave Olga. She's with Dominic. He was at her parents' place. They'll be here in an hour. He was at her parents' place! Yeah, I told you he was going to have people staking out anywhere in Poland they might go. I don't have anything I'd like to take with me. Then get up and come with me, he said coolly, deftly pushing himself up. He was angry, furious to be precise. He had never been this cold to me before. I didn't want to stoke the flames of his fury, so I just did as he asked. The trip to the airport took us 15 minutes. 15 long, exhausting minutes. I took a seat on the jet. Massimo offered me a pill and a glass of water. Here we go. Here we go. More drugs. We can't go an entire chapter without somebody being drugged. Take it, he said. His voice was impassive. No, I'll manage without it. You have endangered my child enough. Do not test me anymore. Oh, that's dangerous. My child. She's gonna wake up chained to the bed. That's what this is gonna be. He's literally going to chain her to something so she can't run with his child. It's gonna go there. I swallowed the pill and went to the bedroom cabin where I grabbed a heavy woolen blanket and covered myself and closed my eyes. Yeah, sure, just let him drug you unconscious. You have no idea where you're going or what's going to happen or where you'll be when you wake up. This is going to be really bad. All the tension I had been holding inside me was dissipating. I was calm and happy. He hadn't cheated on me. I hadn't felt this good since my honeymoon. We had to talk, but if he needed time, I was going to give him as much as he needed. What mattered was that he was mine again. Girl, you got so many problems you don't even know. When I opened my eyes, it was morning. I was in my bed on Sicily. Isn't it wonderful how they can just transport an unconscious woman like all over the place and nobody notices or cares or tries to intervene or ask any questions? I mean, is that better or worse than Gray throwing Anastasia over his shoulder on a downtown public street and nobody caring? I smiled and reached across the bed, but my husband wasn't there. I got up and threw on my bathrobe before going to Olga's room. I was just about to grab the doorknob when I remembered she might not be alone. As quietly as I could, I peeked inside. She was in bed with a laptop on her thighs. You know, there's this thing called knocking. Hey, I greeted her, closing the door behind me and slipping into her bed. Massimo is so pissed off he doesn't even talk to me. He only orders me around. It's getting on my nerves. That's all he's ever fucking done! This is not different! This is not changed! This is not new behavior from him! This is all that he has ever fucking done! That is how he has treated you from the day he kidnapped you the first time! Like, girl, what the fuck are you? What is wrong with this woman? Like, does she not see reality? Like, really? Ugh. And you've been back together for like a whole 5 minutes while you were conscious. You've been unconscious until now. So when would he have talked to you? Can you blame him, though? He didn't do a thing and you accused him of cheating and took away the thing he loved the most. Forgive me when I say he's simply in the right here. No, he's not! No, he is definitely not. Not to this fucking level. I'd have killed you already if I were in his place. This is her best friend. This is her only real confidant. And she's saying, yeah, your mob boyfriend, husband, should definitely have killed you for running away from him because you thought, rightfully so, that he was cheating. Now, could a conversation have resolved all this? Yes. Should she have done that? Maybe. I give him any right to act the way he's acting? No. She slammed the laptop shut. I told you he didn't do it, but you didn't listen. Maybe that will teach you a lesson. You should sort those things out with conversation instead of running away from your problems. Says the woman who just ran away from, quote, the perfect guy for the second time. Really? We're going there. I'll take my penance with grace, I groaned, covering my face with a pillow. How's Dominic? Olga smiled and closed her eyes. She was muttering something under her breath and then said, he came for me yesterday when I was at my parents' place. Imagine my surprise when I took their dog out for a walk and he just showed up, leaning against Massimo's black Ferrari. Aloof, serious, and stylish as always. Jesus, he was so beautiful. I wanted to jump in his arms, but my dog ran away. Okay, if your dog runs from someone, follow the dog. Always listen to the doggy. They know best. If your dog hates someone, listen to the doggy. I snorted with laughter. What? What do you mean? Yeah, the fucking mutt just ran off, and instead of going for my man, I sprinted after the dog. Because he's Mom's favorite thing in the world. The evil little shit took off, and I gave fucking chase. What about Dominic? And Dominic stayed in place, watching on. There was a bright side to that whole shit show. I focused on the dog instead of the urge to suck Dominic off by my mom's house. Why? How? What is with these women and their obsession with blowjobs? Because that is so much bullshit. I've been living without sex for nearly 2 months. How long can a human being... What about Istvan? I cut in. Back in Budapest. You two didn't? You know? Olga shook her head, clearly proud of herself. Also, she's lying. Because we know she left him with a very satisfied expression. She is lying her ass off in 2 months. 2 months, really. That's your limit. 2 months. We did nothing. I slept next to him, hugged him, but we didn't have sex. So anyway, I caught that goddamn mutt, led it back home, and said goodbye to my parents. And a moment later, I was with Dominic. He opened the car door for me, and before I got in, he pushed me against the side of the Ferrari and kissed me. And that kiss, man, it was like he wanted to devour me. We kissed like teenagers do. Like he was fucking me with that tongue. Okay, that's where we're going to draw a line for the evening because I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm hungry. I'm tired. I need food. And I need not more of this. But we did go the entire night without a sex scene. So yay for that. I mean, we walked in on someone doing it, but that doesn't count. I didn't have to read a gross, disgusting sex scene. I'm calling that a good night. Also, didn't puke from drinking the sour lemonade, which I was genuinely a little concerned about. So that I'm also calling good. All right, there is our bright pink line in the sand. We're on page 145. We really are just blowing through this so quickly, and that's because there's no content. There is no content. It's mindless, it's stupid, it's an easy read, despite all the mistranslations. Hold on, I'm just seeing where did we start. I want to know how many pages we got through. Because I don't actually have the third book yet. I haven't ordered it yet. You know, because we have some time. Okay. Actually, not as much as I thought. No, 45 pages, so that's pretty close to page count. It's a little over. It's like 5 pages over, but when you count that there were several half pages at the beginning and end of chapters, it's pretty much on count. Okay, so maybe it just feels like a super fast read. Or maybe it's just because there was so much nonsense crammed into it that, I don't know, it seemed like more than that. But that is where we are going to leave things tonight. Thank you, everyone who sponsored and donated. You are awesome. Thank you for these. They were fun. Thank you for both the new ducks. We're definitely going to have a new duck stage next week. Again, it's in my head. I just haven't taken the time. So I will take the time and make the duck stage as we need it. And then I will figure out how to fit it onto my desk to the point of being visible. Not sure how I'm going to do that yet. I definitely have to clear up. I need to spend this week like redoing this entire area. So we'll see what I come up with. I don't know. Maybe we'll have the 2 duck stages there and put one over here. Maybe. Maybe. I'm going to have to figure some things out. But I will do so because I'm good at figuring things out. So we'll get there. But thank you for all the ducks. They are awesome. We have our 2 new ducks. Breadside Manor and Autolycus. I think Seth Ale has fallen asleep, but I'll double check with him. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching. Bo says thank you too. He also says please send him cheese and belly rubs. He's under his puppy bed. He'll be back in a minute because he knows when I sign off that it's a good time for cuddles, so he'll make a point of it. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching. We'll be back next week at the same time with more of whatever the hell this is. God, that was awful. On so many levels. Like, did we really need the son of idiot guy, like, trying to be a violent, like, sex predator? Did we really need that? Was that necessary? We couldn't have just made him actually gay and let it be? But no, every fucking guy in this story, it's the same as in 50 Shades. Because in 50 Shades, what was the thing? Every guy that we saw was just mysteriously attracted to Anastasia. This is the same thing. Every guy wants to fuck Laura. Why? It's like, we know she's supposed to be very pretty. Guess what? When you're in Italy, all the women look like her. Okay? Pretty women are a dime a dozen. Like, she wouldn't stand out at all. You know, but no, she's the main character, so everyone's mysteriously attracted. It's like Bella Swan in Twilight. She's got it too. You know, all the guys want her. All the girls want to be her best friend. There's no reason for it because, like, Bella Swan, Anastasia, and this woman are all just incredibly vapid, stupid twits that you can't have a conversation with at all. And yet everyone just mysteriously attracted to them because main character syndrome. That's not what that means, but it sounds good. I am glad the side quest is over, though, because it was really dumb. And it dragged on entirely too long. Way too long. But everyone, have a good rest of your evening. I probably won't jump into movie time tonight because it's midnight and I know everyone's probably going to bed. But I'm gonna veg on some very stupid TV and eat junk food. So I will see everyone tomorrow. We'll probably I am trying to arrange movie night. But Nightwolf is supposed to be hosting. I don't know if he's gonna be around, so we'll see. If not, I'll host something tomorrow night. Maybe Ever After. Because I started that, but then everyone went to bed, so I turned it off. So So we'll see. I will definitely post something usual time tomorrow. Isn't Andrew? Yes, Anna Kendrick is in one of the women in Twilight. I know, seriously. Yes, Anna Kendrick is in it. It was like, I think it was like her first major role. Yeah, she's one of the friends who, again, mysteriously wants to be Bella Swan's friend for no reason. But yeah, several people have said, Anna Kendrick is in this movie. Why are they all obsessed with Bella Swan? And I'm like, yep, 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 yep. Good night, everyone. Love yourself. Love your fur babies. Come back next week for more ducks and whatever the hell it is that we're reading. Thanks for the support and the chat to keep me sane. I'll see everyone next week. So bye-bye. Love yourself. Love on a fur baby. Night, everyone.